Start at 3 o'clock in Seminole County, where Sheriff Dennis Lima is set to give us an update on a deadly shooting this weekend, a deputy-involved shooting. Of course, we're waiting for the sheriff to approach that podium there. It's supposed to start right at 3 o'clock. We will take the sheriff's comments live on air and on clickorlando.com. By now, we would have hoped to have seen some movement going on with people entering, and they usually give us a 2-minute warning. And we will say, not that Sheriff Lima has known to be spicy, but in the past, we've had some sheriffs who have been spicy. So as soon as that starts to happen, we'll just take it online. Yeah.
We'll bring it. This is Ginger. I'm Matt. Glad to have you with us here at News 6 at 3 o'clock, where we bring you inside the News 6 newsroom, show you what we're working on for the day. And people living in Seminole County's Midway community have really been wanting to get some answers on what happened in this case that we're waiting for that press conference. So let's break it down for you a little bit, give you a little bit of an explanation. Here's what happened. So deputies were called to a big block party off Sipes Avenue near Midway. This was around 1 o'clock Saturday morning. It's just north of the Orlando Sanford Airport. Deputies initially responded to a noise complaint, tried to get everybody to leave, and then a deputy was in the middle of a shootout.
So early information from the sheriff's office says investigators suggest 2 people were shooting, one of which was shot by a deputy, and that person died at the hospital, we later learned. 2 others were hurt. They are expected to be okay, but as you might imagine, there are still a lot of questions that need answers, and that's why we have reporters on the scene going to ask and press the sheriff with some of that important information. So again, Sheriff Dennis Lima is supposed to start that press conference just about 2 minutes ago. These things don't always start on time.
We have sent a reporter into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are talking about this or wanting to talk about it. Also, the sheriff's office hasn't given us many answers, so that's why we're very interested to see what happens with this particular press conference.
All right, so we're going to move on until that press conference happens and get to the next story here. So we're also following breaking news. This is coming out of Osceola County. All southbound lanes on the turnpike near the Clay Wally Road exit are blocked after a deadly crash happened there. We're told a car crashed in the area around 1:15 this afternoon, not that long ago. The passenger in the car died before first responders could actually even get there. The driver was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Traffic is being diverted 4 miles north of that at East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway. As soon as we learn more information about what caused that deadly crash, we will let you know.
And that is a big time slowdown right there. We're also staying on top of a developing story. This one spanning almost the entire east coast of our country. The man police say shot a 70-year-old woman in Azalea Park was actually taken into custody by U.S. Marshals about 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, this is a story we covered live as breaking news as it was unfolding. The suspect hiding out in New York City and is set to be brought back to Central Florida to face an attempted murder charge here. Your Orange County community correspondent, Jana Manahal, was the first on scene when this happened and continues her coverage from that area where this all happened. Jana.
That's absolutely right. So he was taken by the U.S. Marshal Service, and that man is Kevin Malares. We'll show you what he looks like in one moment. But what we also got new today is the arrest warrant affidavit from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. It details what exactly happened in the moments before the shooting. So a 70-year-old woman, from what we're told, was doing her daily walk here in the neighborhood. We're going to go right back at 4.
Look back at this press conference. Here is Sheriff Dennis Lima.
I'll explain the circumstances that the deputies knew as they responded for the call for service. I will conclude with some still images taken from the body camera of the deputy sheriff that was involved in the shooting. And then I'll play the entirety of the video with redacting some innocent witnesses and potential victims that were on scene. And at the very end, I'll open myself up for any questions. As you know, from our first slide here, there was an unsanctioned block party at the Cool Breeze. Now, the Cool Breeze is a bar in Midway that we are now focusing in on because it's a bar, but it's actually a residential home, a 12,000 or 1,200 square foot home that has a small occupancy. I would imagine you can't get more than 50 people in there without having fire concerns, fire risk. But they advertise this without any permitting process. I don't know if the promoters are directly connected with the Cool Breeze, but the party is advertised on the day of the party at this particular location. It actually draws in hundreds of people there. So it's advertised on Friday, July 19th. We pick up on it, and just after midnight, at around 12:30 Saturday morning, Saturday, June 20th, we get a noise complaint call for service at the location. Deputies arrive on the scene. We have now at least 4 or 5 deputies who are already on scene, and over a 20 or 25 minute, more and more deputies are arriving there because they realize people are scattering all over the place. This location is on Sipes Avenue in Midway, and there's so many people in the roadway, you can't get cars up and down the road. And if there was an emergency, you can't get any emergency vehicles there. So multiple deputies, again, at least 4 deputies there, telling everyone, giving verbal commands, you need to clear the roadway, you need to clear things out. And then the 5th deputy, who was the deputy that was involved in the deputy shooting, arrives on scene just after 1 o'clock or so. He arrives there, he parks his car, he's walking northbound up Sipes Avenue. You can hear him giving loud verbal commands to everyone who's gathered in the roadway: clear the road, get out of the road, make sure that there's space available for people to get through, you need to clear out. He hears a verbal altercation that is on the west side of Sipes Avenue, which is now the opposite side of the Cool Breeze bar. He walks into the middle of the roadway, and he's standing in the middle of the roadway, and he's yelling to everyone to calm down because he hears that there's a verbal disturbance going on. He pulls out his intermediate weapon, which is his taser. You'll see the taser when I play the video. When I put some still shots up there, you'll see the taser. It is painted yellow. Very, very clear. He's given them loud commands, and then he immediately sees everyone running from that area, running towards him in the middle of the roadway. A second or less after that, he sees a muzzle flash from the first shooter that's on the west side of Sipes, who fires 1 round directly across the roadway from where he's standing, and then actually hits one female that we know of who was standing on the north side of the Cool Breeze in front. She is struck in her leg. She suffers non-life-threatening injuries, and she's been working with us. The bullet is not recovered in her leg. She's treated there on scene, and she has been cooperating with the investigation. Almost simultaneously to the first shot of the person standing on the west side of the road, and again, you'll see muzzle flash here as I walk you up to it. We may have to dim the lights a little bit. The person standing directly to the left of the deputy, who we later identified as Marcus Barnett, 27-year-old from Orange City, pulls out a firearm next to the deputy and then fires two shots. It's a semi-automatic handgun, .45 caliber. He fires 2 shots. And again, the still video will show 2 projectiles coming from the gun, muzzle flash on the gun. The deputy sees this. Again, hundreds of people. You'll see the amount of people that are out there that are all in the line of fire. The deputy turns immediately as he's been trained and returns fire to neutralize the threat of the gunman that's actively firing rounds next to him. The deputy fires 6 rounds. He fires 6 rounds because it took 6 rounds to neutralize the threat and put the gunman down, who was still armed with the firearm. Had the firearm, the 45 millimeter firearm in his hand at the time that ultimately he went down. Another deputy that was on scene immediately secures that firearm, and people who were gathered in the area starts to render aid. The deputy, who is a less than 5-year deputy, acted with great precision, skill, and heroism. He verbally tells people, and you'll hear this in the video from his body camera, as there's still an active threat in the area, "Get behind me, everybody get behind me," as he's looking and assessing because there's still an active gunman that we know at least fired one round. Ultimately, he gloves up and tries to render aid and CPR himself as other deputies are bringing in AED and doing whatever they can to save his life while he's on the ground. Ultimately, he's transported from the scene and pronounced deceased at the hospital. Deputies are trying to gain control of the area. You can hear the deputy that is actively involved in the shooting now becoming more verbal. Clear the way. We need to get paramedics. We need to get the ambulance in here. We need to do whatever we can to rescue this person. To talk about the emotional roller coaster deputy sheriffs and police officers are on, another deputy comes up to him and asking him to catch his breath. He communicates that he thinks that his eardrum is blown out because of the firearm that was fired right next to his head. And she says to him, do you need anything? And you'll hear him from his body camera say, I need him to be okay. Even in spite of the circumstances, the situation, pulling out a firearm, actively firing towards a large crowd of people directly in arm's distance from the deputy, he administers lethal force against him. His desire is to make sure that the deputy is going to be okay. There was another female that was also struck with a round. She was struck in the foot. The projectile of that injury was removed and is going to be evaluated by FDLE. We don't know where she was at. It's hard to predict what round. There's 3 people that fired. You got the deputy who fired 6 shots. All 6 shots hit Marcus Barnett. 2 of those shots went through Marcus Barnett, and we have not recovered those rounds. 4 rounds were recovered inside Marcus at the scene. The female left the scene, refused to cooperate with investigators. She's not talking to us. She's not communicating with us. She's not saying where she was at the time. So it's hard to predict without that forensic evidence from FDLE what bullet that came from right now. It was in her leg. We have it. We'll be, again, working with FDLE to identify where that's at. Scene is cleared, and we do as we customarily do for transparency and oversight in an independent eye. We ask FDLE to come in and conduct a full and impartial and independent investigation into all the circumstances involving the shooting. Now, I'll go to some of the videos before we pick up where we go from there. So the first, I guess I can take this. The first video that you're going to see the muzzle flash. This is the muzzle flash from the first shooter that was on the opposite side. That was on the opposite side of the Cool Breeze bar. This is where the deputy that was involved in the shooting walked up to a group of people. He heard an argument going on. He pulls a taser out. He saw people running from that area. Likely, as soon as they saw a firearm produced, they ran from that area. And less than a second after that, the first shot is fired by the person that's across the street. We have not yet identified him. We hope that anyone who is on the scene or has information about who that shooter is will contact Crime Line at 1-800-423-TIPS, where you can remain anonymous and receive a reward, or to contact the Seminole County Sheriff's Office to provide information. Our investigators and detectives have been working hard, and we have leads coming in, but anyone who has information about that person who fired the first shot, we want them to contact Crime Line or us. The second is going to be Barnett, Marcus Barnett. Now, there is rumors out there that people are talking that he never had a firearm, or he may have had a solo cup, or there may be other narratives that are out there. And this is why transparency within criminal justice organizations are so incredibly important. This is taken from the body camera of the deputy that's involved in the shooting. You can see this is Marcus Barnett. This is the handgun that he has. And the next photograph, you'll see projectiles coming out of the handgun. It's hard to see right here. Let me step back. You can see the handgun. It's up in a fully extended position right here. Here's the arm, and here's the gun. I don't know if you can see it with the light that's maybe reflecting off that, but you can see the handgun that's there. And you can see the first shell casing that is discharged from the gun that's there. And this is the two shots, the two shell casings that are coming out. They're illuminated like that because when the shell casings come out, they're hot from the handgun. So again, the first time the gun is projected by the body camera of the deputy that's involved. He's raising the gun. You can see the first shell casing there. Two shell casings come out of the gun. And then this will be a video of the deputy's body camera. This is the deputy that's involved in the shooting. The top is going to be blurred out a bit because there's innocent people here that we're trying to protect their identity. But when they get out of the picture, you'll see us zoom in a little bit more. And we'll play this a couple times.
Out of the street. Hey, no.
So it happened so quickly. The first shot is the shot across. You can see the taser because he had the taser out. He transitioned from the less lethal when he heard the first shot, grabbed his firearm and turned and fired rounds. I'll play that video one more time again so you can see how quickly a situation like that can evolve. Now we're going to play a slowed down version of this. This is at 25% speed. You can see the gun coming up next to him, and then the transition when it's slowed down a little bit better. And I'll play this again for you as well. And again, slowed down version. Played looking to the left of the firearm coming up, right there. He fires 2 rounds. Deputy returns fire. There is video of the deputy rendering aid and performing CPR that we did not release in this packet. It's pretty graphic video, as you can imagine the circumstances. This is the deputy after the shooting.
I'm okay. He's over here. I had to shoot him. No, get behind me. Stay down. Chuck, get over here. Get over here.
You can hear the efforts again. Stay down, get behind me. Innocent victims potentially that are out there. Again, this is after the deputy rendered aid personally. Okay, what you hear there, do you need anything? And this is his comments, I need him to be okay. And I understand that these videos are not easy for people to watch. We reached out to Marcus Barnett's mom to let her see these videos before this press conference. She declined, but sent a proxy for the family so she can sit down with our investigators to look at this. We do not want her and other loved ones to witness this first time on television. So again, a proxy for the family had come here and actually looked at those videos. What we know about Marcus Barnett is he had a life of crime starting as a juvenile, which by the way has no bearing on this particular situation, but sometimes when somebody's involved, there's a lot of questions about what do we know about the individual. So he had been arrested numerous times, actually a big number, both as a juvenile and an adult. He had been charged, but not convicted in some of the cases, but he had been charged with murder. He had been shot because of gang affiliation, gang activity. He actually has a gang tattoo on his hand. The time that he was shot, he was in critical condition. He had in the past been charged with murder. He had been convicted of shooting a firearm into a structure. Did actually prison time on a violation of probation associated with that. He was charged with carrying a firearm by a convicted felon. He was charged multiple times, not always convicted, with drug charges, with stealing of cars, with other types of serious felony offenses. Again, his past is his past, and we'd be happy to release all of that documentation. But I don't know it had any bearing. This is a person that's out there that's acting in incredibly dangerous behavior, and I cannot underscore enough how proud I am of this deputy to stand in the gap between good and evil and protect not only himself, but he wasn't thinking about himself. He was thinking about protecting all of those innocent bystanders that were out there on the scene at this time. If it comes to a textbook response, emotional involvement, providing empathy even on the heels of a tragic situation, asking people to line up behind him to serve as a shield of protection for other people when there's another active threat that's in the area. I mean, these are things that you would expect of a professionally trained deputy sheriff or police officer in any jurisdiction, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that he's doing. FDLE is conducting their investigation. He is taking a little.
All right, you have been listening to Sheriff Dennis Lima explain what happened at a block party, unsanctioned large block party Saturday night that involved one of his deputies in a shootout, originally going to this place as a noise complaint, but ending up in the middle of what you saw there. And that video, even though they showed it twice and slowed it down, the deputies in real time don't have the luxury of slowing that video down. They have to react in that moment in real time.
Difficult situation. One I haven't seen often. A lot of times when we see a deputy involved shooting, it's the deputy shooting at someone who's shooting at them.
Yeah.
In this case, there was someone shooting, according to the sheriff, across the street, and then somebody pulls out a gun within arm's length of that deputy and starts shooting at the person across the street. And according to the sheriff, putting a big group of people in danger as he was shooting across the street, and so the deputy turned and fired 6 shots.
Yeah, it's important to note, too, that first person who fired that shot across the street where the deputy was standing is still out there, and that's what they are asking for the public's help on. There's a large party. We know someone knows who that person is, and they're asking you to help them out in this situation because one person ended up dead in this. Could have been a lot worse.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll have more news coming for you in just a few minutes.
We've got new developments now in Lake County. Commissioners out there, they say they have now created a moratorium on data centers out there, meaning while it's in place, none can be built. I'm News 6's Amy Russo. This comes as data centers are popping up all across America. That includes right here in Florida. As the world becomes more technologically advanced, with skyrocketing use of artificial intelligence, data centers are becoming a frequent sight. They're used to store massive amounts of digital information. Here's a map showing all of the data centers in Central Florida. Right now, there is not one in Lake County, and Commissioner Anthony Sabatini wants to keep it that way.
These are huge centers that don't fit the character and the feel of Lake County.
The commissioner is proposing a one-year moratorium preventing any data center from calling Lake County home. Multiple counties in the state have either passed or are considering a moratorium on data centers. That's places like Nassau, Pasco, and Jackson counties.
These applications are coming in all throughout the state of Florida. There's been 12 applications just in the last year, and way more coming in the future because of the use of AI.
The reason for not wanting the centers in his backyard, Sabatini says concerns over public utility overreach, including soaring utility bills and large amounts of water consumption.
I don't believe that Lake County is an appropriate place for any data centers, but I do know that a moratorium is legal, and it's a good way to stop and put the pause on things before anything significant happens.
The ordinance will now go before commissioners at their next council meeting for a final vote. Reporting on Lake County, Amy Russo, News 6.
And News 6 at 3 will be right back.
I'm News 6 anchor Lauren Melendez. AI is expanding into new territories that could change how you watch movies, and SpaceX, fresh off a major splash in the stock market, it is about to make another major move. So let's get over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. Okay, SpaceX may be aiming for the stars, Maribel, but it seems those stock prices, they're coming back to earth.
Lauren, SpaceX has signed a deal, though, with Reflection AI for chips to power Elon Musk's Colossus 2 data center. This AI startup will pay Musk's company $150 million a month starting in July. So the agreement runs through 2029. It's worth more than $6 billion. The deal adds a new revenue stream tied to Musk's growing artificial intelligence ambitions. It also comes as a SpaceX stock dropped another 16% Monday, marking a 3-day losing streak. Analysts say profit taking and overvaluation concerns post IPO are likely factors there.
What's
Lauren.
that phrase? Can't put the cart before the horse? I don't know. I don't know anything about stocks, but we'll see. Okay, this is tricky. Let's stay on the AI front here. The fight over how much AI can be used in film and TV, that's taken another turn.
A fast-growing Hollywood studio, Lauren, is making a major bet on artificial intelligence. Independent film company A24 has struck a deal with Google to develop new AI tools for filmmakers. The Wall Street Journal reports Google is investing about $75 million in the partnership. A24 will gain access to Google's AI research and technology while keeping its film library and data separate. So the deal comes as Hollywood and Silicon Valley continue to sort of clash over AI, with unions and artists raising concerns about copyright and the use of performers' likenesses. You know, Lauren, there's all those questions still going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, once you open one door, anything can happen. So it's a good point. Remember to get the latest money and consumer news anytime. You can head to our website, clickorlando.com.
We're not going to need superstars anymore when AI comes into films. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to News 6 at 3 o'clock, everyone. We just want you to know we're keeping a close eye on this story with the Seminole County Sheriff continuing to give us an update on a deadly deputy-involved shooting from an unsanctioned block party over the weekend. If you want to see it and hear what Sheriff Dennis Lima is saying right now, you can stream the rest of his press conference on clickorlando.com. And our Kat Silver is live at this press conference, and she'll bring you the latest coming up on the news at 4 o'clock. Well, the dreams of 30 young men come true tonight with the NBA draft beginning at 8 o'clock. I love this night.
Oh, yeah, it's very exciting. We're going to see some newly minted millionaires coming in. Sports Director Jamie Say joins us now to talk about the implications for the Magic. If the Magic want to have anything to do with tonight, they're going to have to pick up the phone, right?
Yeah, they are. The Magic are going to have to do some wheeling and dealing in order to make a pick tonight because only the first round is tonight. The NBA has changed the draft process. They did it a couple years ago. So it's day one is round one, day two is round two. The Magic do not have a first round draft pick tonight. They do have a second round pick. Okay. They'll make it tomorrow. It's number 46. Overall. This is the first time since 2011 that the Magic have not picked in the first round. The reason why they don't have a first round pick is because they shipped it to Memphis when they traded for Desmond Bane. They shipped a lot of future draft picks to Memphis for Desmond Bane. So they don't have a ton of draft capital to make a move tonight, but they do have good players if they wanted to pull a trade. Now, you're watching Sean Sweeney's introductory press conference last week. Jeff Weltman is joined by him. He's the Magic president of basketball operations. So I asked Jeff if the Magic were content to stay just in the second round of the draft or try and trade up and get a first round pick tonight, or just try and make a trade in general because weird things happen during draft week. Here's what he had to say.
Crazy things can happen in draft week. Do you anticipate anything crazy happening with the Magic during draft week?
Well, if you anticipated them, they wouldn't be crazy. So all I can tell you is we do our due diligence. We are having conversations with multiple teams. We don't have a first round pick this year, but we do have a lot of players that teams like. So we can get into a lot of conversations. You know, the trick with us is, you know, what conversations do we want to get into right now? We do have a lot of belief in this team, and we are curious to see what we look like with Coach Sweeney at the helm.
So more on the Magic in a second, but an Orlando native should get his name called tonight in the draft. Louisville guard Mikel Brown Jr. is expected to be a lottery pick. The 20-year-old point guard played his high school basketball at Orlando Christian Prep and also DME Academy in Daytona Beach. So he's going to have one of his dreams come true tonight.
They're not
I
gonna
know, Ginger, you love this.
I love it. I love it when they hug their mamas and thank their family for standing by them. Lives really change tonight.
They do, and then the work continues.
Yeah,
then
yeah.
reality
Then the
sets
hard
in.
part.
Back to the Magic. You heard Jeff Weltman. He's really high on the roster that the Magic have right
good
now.
roster.
And he feels that the biggest change that the Magic needed to elevate this team was a new head coach, which they got next week. But you never know. You never know what tricks can be pulled during draft
Just keep
week.
Paolo, keep Franz.
Yeah, you know, like I think if they really wanted to be super disruptive, we would have heard more about the Magic in the Giannis sweepstakes,
Right.
and the Heat went out and got him. And really, the Magic did not offer their best guys for Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I think that says something about how content the Magic are
With who they have
With
now.
who they have.
That makes sense. Jamie,
All right,
Say,
Jamie,
thank you so
thank
much.
you. Looking
We'll be
forward to it.
watching,
Right.
yeah. Well, summertime is often a perfect storm for trauma centers. You know, more accidents happen, there are more injuries, and also there are fewer blood donations.
Yeah, that's for sure. And blood donation has to be proactive because it's the blood that's on the shelves right now. It's actually going to save lives. You know, it takes like 3 days for that blood to get ready. So, and this is a stat, Matt, that's haunted me ever since I was doing the reporting on Pulse, and I learned it. 60% of the population eligible to donate blood, yet only 3% actually do it. And while many of us are planning our summer vacations, the need for blood is constant. And some blood types are in higher demand than others.
We always have this increased need in the summer for all blood types, but specifically for type O blood. O positive and O negative blood is in the highest demand. O negative is the universal donor. It can go to any patient regardless of their blood type. Only 7% of the population has O negative. So, we have to encourage the people who do have that blood type to step forward. O positive is the most popular blood type, so more people have that blood than any other blood type, so it's transfused more often. And so it's important that we keep those all blood types stocked, but always that increased need for type O blood.
And it's also important, I find it stunning, a lot of people don't know their blood type. Do you know your blood type?
I don't know my blood type.
You got to find out. Because what if you have one of
what
those
blood
precious
type are you?
A positive?
Okay.
Just think of.
You're a positive person. That makes sense.
I don't think that has anything to do with the blood type. But, they just encourage people. She said, today's donors are tomorrow's heroes.
Look at that.
Because I know.
Yeah.
So just if you can, if you're eligible to do it, then please do so.
Yeah.
You could save lots of lives.
Why not? All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll have some weather coming up. This portion of the news is sponsored by Bill Ray Nissan Longwood. We do it the right way.
All right, welcome back to News 6 at 3 o'clock. Did I hear that yesterday it was 97 degrees?
Yes.
I felt every single degree of that.
Have you been outside at all today? I mean, just walking to your car and incinerate?
I had to
when
walk
you
into the, yes, exactly, a puff of smoke.
Boom. It's crazy. I know it's June. It's getting to be that time, or it is that time. But it is rough out there today, and really no thunderstorms to help us out. Last night we were tracking a couple southeast of I-4. That was to be expected, and that's going to be the same area again. We have a thunderstorm off of Daytona Beach that's moving away. There's some hope for us in Flagler County, Osceola, and Brevard tonight. That's going to be our best shot. You see that line of thunderstorms closer to South Georgia, the Florida line, state line. That is going to try to push in. I think only a select few get in on that, and then we'll just bubble up a couple of thunderstorms again south and east of I-4 later this evening. Now, I'm showing you the drought index. We're still in the drought. It's going to take some time, I think, by mid to maybe late July. That's whenever maybe the drought will continue to end. This is the daily drought index, though. 500 is the number that we're looking at here. That's for perspective when burn bans are enacted by counties. We want to stay way
below that.
We're below that.
Yeah.
We want to continue to stay below that because there's a pretty big celebration coming up in a couple of weeks.
I've heard about it.
Stuff that goes up is fireworks. If you haven't caught on to that, but that number went up in Orange County at the 467. The little box represents the change. So I think everybody's going to be fine for the 4th of July, at least at this point. But we had a couple of brush fires break out yesterday afternoon. And things are very, very dry. And of course, our afternoon thunderstorms limited. They do not help. Look at how much in the deficit we are still in Orlando, more than a foot below normal. It's crazy.
Somebody's got a little green, though.
Someone's got a little green. That's us in Melbourne. We had a little bit of help about 6 weeks ago along the coast. We got some good thunderstorms. We had a few good thunderstorms in Brevard County last night again. Sanford, we still need some big help. Leesburg, we also need some help. And you see that big expansive chunk of orange across your screen. That's one of the reasons why it's so hot. It's one of the reasons why we're unusually dry. It causes air to sink. That dries out, and then that keeps everything low. Storm chances do go up tomorrow. We're going to track that for you coming up at 4 o'clock. You can track the storms that do develop tonight by downloading the free WKMG weather app, News 6 weather app. Just search WKMG in your app store. It is free. It's awesome.
A traffic alert in Osceola County. A major closure is happening in Champions Gate this week. I'm News 6's Mark Lehman, and if you've driven along Champions Gate Boulevard, you've likely seen the traffic problems and changes over the years. Well, now drivers are looking at an overnight closure. Transportation officials say it's a temporary inconvenience to make way for a long-term solution.
It's an area that sees tens of thousands of cars a day, and changes are happening for those who drive through the diverging Diamond intersection. Crews are shutting down both directions of Champions Gate Boulevard overnight at the I-4 overpass. According to the Florida Department of Transportation, the closure is needed for bridge demolition connected to the Moving I-4 Forward initiative. The $2.5 billion plan is actually made up of 5 projects to transform the interstate's busiest corridor in Osceola and Polk counties. The state is working to improve 14 miles of highway, adding 2 express lanes in each direction. The work is building off of an accelerated start that added traffic relief lanes to I-4 last year. As for this latest overnight work, drivers through Champions Gate are directed down Ronald Reagan Parkway and Lake Wilson Road for the temporary detour.
The overnight shutdown of Champions Gate Boulevard is expected to wrap up on Friday, although future closures are expected as Moving I-4 Forward moves forward. All 5 projects are expected to be completed in 2031. In Osceola County, Mark Lehman, News 6.
All right, News 6 anchor Lisa Bell joins us now with some other things going on.
Matt, I didn't get a chance to ask you. Well, first, happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Did you have a nice Father's Day?
Had an awesome Father's Day.
Well, that is good to hear. A father-son duo may have had the best Father's Day ever.
Matt got a fan. Go on.
This one is this
for
topped
pickleball,
that.
portable fan.
This guy has an even bigger fan. The story takes us to the Hamptons, where for the final hole of the U.S. Open, Jacksonville Beach native Miles Russell told his caddy to hand his golf bag over to his dad.
Aww.
So his father had no idea this was coming. The 17-year-old Florida State commit
Yes, go Noles.
tied for 7th in the U.S. Open, just a stroke behind this year's Masters winner Rory McIlroy.
Wow.
Yeah,
Aww.
definitely a Father's Day they won't forget.
That is, oh man,
Right?
that dad.
That's
you know
wonderful.
he was crying out
Oh my
there.
gosh.
So sweet.
Yeah, I love that.
All right. Well, we are 3 weeks into hurricane season. Are you guys prepared?
You're never prepared.
If there's a storm, yes.
Well, why more and more people may not be prepared right now. We'll have that story for you coming up after the break.
Air mattress is ready.
Did Florida accidentally eliminate one of its biggest hurricane preparedness reminders in an effort to make things more convenient? 4 years, Floridians looking to stock up on hurricane supplies could wait for the state's disaster preparedness sales tax holiday to save a few dollars on things like batteries, generators, and other emergency items. But in 2025, lawmakers scrapped the holiday and replaced it with something new: permanent sales tax exemptions on many preparedness supplies. For consumers, there's an obvious benefit. You no longer have to wait for a special 1 or 2 week window to save money. Many items are now tax-free year-round. But there's also a trade-off. Florida created the hurricane tax holiday in 2005 after the devastating 2004 hurricane season. Over time, it became more than just a tax break. The holiday generated news coverage, store promotions, and reminders from emergency managers that hurricane season was here. In fact, the state expanded the program to 2 separate tax-free periods in 2022, one at the start of hurricane season and another during the peak of the season. Now, those events are gone. The savings remain, but the annual reminders do not. So the question isn't whether Floridians can still save money on hurricane supplies. They can. The question is whether the state lost one of its most visible annual reminders to prepare before the next storm threatens Florida. For more information about Florida's pivot to tax-free items for hurricane preparation and a rundown of what is and isn't on the list, head on over to clickorlando.com/dollars and cents. For Dollars and Cents, I'm Donovan Myrie.
We're now in Prime Days for Amazon, so maybe you can find some
That's a
savings
great,
there.
good reminder.
Well, for all of our coverage on this year's hurricane season, head to clickorlando.com/hurricane.
All right, we are getting ready for News 6 at 4. We have a lot going on, including that deputy-involved shooting coming out of Seminole County during an unsanctioned block party that happened over the weekend. The sheriff giving us a big update earlier today.
Also, we're going to take a closer look at a lawsuit that's been filed by the widow of one of 3 men who were gunned down at a vacation rental home in Osceola County. We're going to have that for you coming up after the break.
There's not one thing about his response that I would change.
Now on News 6 at 4, details and body cam video finally filling in the blanks straight from the sheriff himself after one of his deputies took a life this past weekend.
Plus, new information on a senior shot at a bus stop. We just found out she was trying to walk away from the suspect when he put 3 bullets in her back.
Streaming on clickorlando.com and broadcasting live. You're watching News 6 at 4.
Developing this afternoon, new details on an unsanctioned block party in Seminole County that ended in gunfire and a man losing his life at the hands of a deputy.
It happened this weekend. The Seminole County Sheriff says his deputy shot and killed the gunman because he was firing into a large crowd. Your Seminole County community correspondent Catherine Silver just heard from the sheriff. Kat, he showed us a play-by-play from that body cam. It was very intriguing.
Yeah, the sheriff started off saying he was going to give as much detail as possible, and he did deliver. He spoke to us for over 40 minutes right inside the community room here at the sheriff's office. He says it was an unpermitted party that brought hundreds of people to a very small venue on Sipes Avenue for what was billed as a kickoff to Father's Day weekend. Now, the sheriff says as soon as his deputies arrived and started to break up that crowd, they almost immediately got caught in the chaos. We're going to show you a clip of the body camera video from the deputy who fired his weapon. It shows the shooting. This is what the sheriff just showed us within the last hour. Take a look. Now you can hear that first gunshot go off. Immediately, multiple are fired in return. The sheriff says that first gunshot was fired by a shooter that they are still looking for. Right after that first shot, the sheriff says Marcus Barnett fired 2 shots back, and he was standing right next to the deputy who saw Barnett with the gun and then took action. He fired 6 shots at Barnett, who the sheriff says was still armed when he went down. I asked the sheriff if he has any doubt in his mind that his deputy did the right thing.
There's not one thing about his response that I would change. And I think that when he goes back, and I'm sure he's going to watch the media coverage, he should know how grateful we are, not only as an agency and me as a sheriff, but as a community, that we have true heroes that will stand in the gap between good and evil and put themselves in harm's way. He's got a family that loves him. And this isn't the tough guy talk, and it's not he deserves this. And this is remorse. This is the last thing he wanted to do, is have to do that. But when faced with the responsibility to stand in the gap, he did it.
The sheriff called it a textbook response. He also added that that deputy has been on the force here for less than 5 years. Now we know there are other players involved in this. We know that 2 other women were also shot and survived. The sheriff says one of them is cooperating, the other is not. And at this point in time, it is unclear if either of those victims were shot by Barnett. As detectives here look for that second shooter, we're continuing to ask them what started the gunfire in the first place. The sheriff says this may be gang related, but they are still very early on in their investigation. We're going to continue to ask questions and bring you all of the latest updates. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, News 6.
All right, Catherine, thank you. Tonight, we are learning a 70-year-old woman was just out for a walk when she was shot in the back in front of a bus stop, steps from a neighborhood playground in Orange County.
Now, weeks later, the suspected shooter is finally in jail all the way in New York. Your Orange County community correspondent, Jana Manahol, is live in Azalea Park with this new information. And Jana, it's just sad to hear that this woman was just out doing what she normally does.
It is a sad situation because according to the new arrest warrant that I got from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that 70-year-old was on her daily walk here in the neighborhood. It says that once she actually got to this bus stop, she came face to face with a man she did not recognize. That's when she decided to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. But that's when Kevin Malares opened fire and shot her 3 times in the back. When she was taken to the hospital, she told deputies she did not know this man and had no idea why she was targeted. A neighbor who lives in the area described Millars' behavior just days before the shooting.
He was acting a little bit, I'd say, strange. He was doing a lot of walking in the area, but a lot of times, you know, he wasn't wearing much of anything but some bottoms. So it was a little bit worrisome, but we didn't think anything was going to happen, and then unfortunately she was shot.
She says the shooting was especially shocking because he did not know the woman. Detectives say cameras from multiple homes captured Millars walking through the neighborhood before the attack. Shortly after the shooting, deputies and SWAT teams arrived at this home, 800 Farber Drive, just a block away from where the initial shooting happened. According to investigators, this is where Millars was believed to have been living. Deputies searched this home, but he was already gone. According to the affidavit, investigators found a loaded gun magazine and bullets matching shell casings recovered at the scene. Detectives also found clothing they say matched what the suspect was wearing in the surveillance footage. The U.S. Marshals Service later tracked Millars down in New York, where he was arrested on a charge of attempted first-degree murder.
If he did it to her, why not do it to anyone else? So it's relief. It's absolute relief that he has been captured.
So again, all of this coming right from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, every detail in that story. So you're probably at home wondering where Millars is now. He is still being held in a jail all the way in New York. The Sheriff's Office does not give me a timeline yet when he could be back in Central Florida. And as for that woman who was shot in the back 3 times, she is in stable condition after undergoing surgeries. For now in Orange County, I'm your community correspondent, Jana Manahawal, News 6.
All right, Jana, thank you. The family of a man who was shot and killed outside a rental home in Osceola County says the homeowners association there was negligent.
Douglas Kraft's family has filed a wrongful death lawsuit 6 months after Kraft, his brother, and another man were murdered. News 6's Mike Valenti heard from Kraft's family today. He joins us now live outside the home the 3 men were renting. Mike?
Ginger, Lisa, good afternoon. This is the rental home behind me where Douglas Kraft, his brother Robert Kraft, and their friend James Buchan were staying this January in town from Ohio for a car show. And as you said, Douglas Kraft's family is now suing the owner of this home and the Indian Point Homeowners Association, claiming that those defendants failed to keep the victims safe from Ahmaud Bourget. That's the alleged shooter who was living right next door.
He was who shaped us into who we are today. He was the heart of our family, the ultimate girl dad, our rock, our protector.
In the complaint arguing negligence on the part of the defendants, Douglas Kraft's family cites Ahmaud Bourget's violent history, including an arrest in 2021 for shooting at a person. Bourget was later found not guilty by reason of insanity.
There were numerous complaints of various neighbors that he was doing suspicious activities, that he was not right. And absolutely nothing was done by the Homeowners Association.
Since the lawsuit was filed, I've spoken a couple times over the phone with Linda Scalata. That's the HOA president who's mentioned in the lawsuit. She insisted to me she did not know that Ahmaud Bourget was out of jail after his 2021 arrest. She said while she feels very sorry for the Kraft family, she called the lawsuit, quote, a little frivolous, and she said that she and other members of the HOA had no knowledge that this person, the defendant, was back in the community. So is your argument that people did know, or they should have known, he was back in the community after his previous case was adjudicated?
The law requires either one, and I look forward to taking her deposition sworn under oath, and if she actually has the audacity to say that stuff, the conflicting testimony that will say that what she told you is actually not true.
There's several residents that complained directly about this individual to the homeowners present, directly. So that she'll have to say they were lying.
Attorneys Adam Finkel and Michael Haggard speaking there. Notably not named in this lawsuit, Airbnb. That's the service that the Krafts and Buchan used to rent the home behind me. And there were several questions about Airbnb, and we were told from Finkel and Haggard that in the discovery process, as this lawsuit, the litigation moves along, it is still possible that from what they discover through that process, they could name Airbnb as a defendant in the future. But of course, right now, the only two defendants are the owner of this home and the Indian Point Homeowners Association. Reporting in Osceola County, I'm Mike Valenti, News 6.
Mike, thank you. In Flagler County now, new details in a human trafficking sting. The sheriff there just announced undercover agents rescued 3 people and made 10 arrests.
News 6 anchor Ashley Garrett listened into the sheriff's news conference. She is live in the newsroom. And Ashley, we understand there have been several arrests in this case.
Yeah, Lisa Ginger, for those who just joined us, 10 arrests so far. The sheriff said the charges include prostitution and drugs. Sheriff Rick Staley says Operation Innocent Shield has been running undercover for months. Part of it included detectives responding to websites that advertise commercial sex services. Sheriff Staley says 3 victims have been rescued and they're now getting the services they need to live a better life. The sheriff went on to say those victims' ages range from early 30s to early 40s. He credits the help of several, including the FCSO Cyber Crimes Unit, the Northeast Florida Intercept Task Force, and Homeland Security. Sheriff Staley says Operation Innocent Shield has been broken up into 3 phases. He says phase 3 is happening now and that he expects even more arrests. Now, we've learned a firearm, a car, and drugs have been seized.
They are victims of a dirtbag that is either drugging them up or making them go sell themselves and give that individual the money just so they can live or get their next fix. They are a victim, is who they are.
So coming up on News 6 at 5, we'll also hear the sheriff discuss what appears to be an uptick in sex cases involving children in Flagler County. But for now, we'll send things back to you. Live in the newsroom, I'm Ashley Garrett for News 6.
All right, Ashley, thank you. Tomorrow marks 5 years since a deadly building collapse in southern Florida.
Coming up at 4:30, the new report showing the ongoing issues before the Surfside condo collapse and how this has affected so many condo owners here in Central Florida.
I'm Molly Reed in downtown DeLand, where business owners tell me that they are getting creative when it comes to attracting more customers into their stores during a slower than average summer season. We'll show you what they're doing after our report last week.
It's a little toasty out there. Only a select few of us, though, going to see the opportunity for a few cooling thunderstorms. I'll show you who has the best chances to go forward to the evening and increasing storm chances for all of us tomorrow at about 4:17.
This portion of the news is sponsored by True Deals Realty.
Some downtown DeLand business owners say they're making changes to boost business.
Yeah, this comes after News 6 reported last week small businesses across Central Florida, including DeLand, are hurting this summer. Your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed is back in downtown DeLand to find out what they're doing to get people in the door.
Downtown DeLand business owners tell me that they are getting creative to attract more customers. Now, my story last week sparked a lot of reaction, and as with most stories, I want to follow up. So now here in downtown DeLand again, a lot of those business owners tell me that they are taking the feedback after that story and getting creative by doing things like extending business hours, and some of them tell me it's already helping.
We're all working together to brainstorm how to showcase just how great we are and take it to more people than just our locals, because we want Orlando to come, we want Palm Coast to come, we want take those day trips.
Krista Yates owns Miss Preppy Pants. She's been downtown for 10 years. She says summer is usually slow. Stetson is out and snowbirds are gone, but this summer for some has been harder than others. Yates says now some businesses are opening on days they were traditionally closed. Others are extending hours and are connecting with each other.
We're working together to, if you can't find it in my shop, go down to another shop, or I will show you the shops that I like to go to.
Now city commissioners tell me they are also jumping in to bring more customers downtown too.
One of the things we do is DeLand hosts, sponsors, or permits 80 special events per year.
City Commissioner Richard Paiva says the city is concentrating many events on the summer to help businesses, bringing a big boost of relief to downtown shop owners.
This is one of the reasons why a lot of us have moved here. This community, the people here, the shops here, the walkability of our streets.
I'm your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
As we mentioned, the changes were announced after our reporting last week about struggles for DeLand businesses. Now, if you have a story you would like us to follow, reach out to us on clickorlando.com. Just click on the Contact Us tab.
Well, right now, I'm going to reach out to our meteorologist on duty. That's meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. I would like to know why it is so stinking hot already.
Where is that relief on the radar right now, Jonathan?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's really none. Of course, the afternoon thunderstorms can certainly be inconvenient, but on a day like today, we need them to help to cool us down a little bit. There's hardly anything out there. We were talking about this yesterday, that most of us would be dry through the early afternoon. There's one teeny tiny speck just hanging off of about New Smyrna Beach that is just kind of running parallel to the shoreline tonight. Everywhere else is on the drier side. I think south and east of I-4, just like last night, see a couple of thunderstorms pop up and then push towards the Space Coast. So that's something I'll be tracking through the evening. The other part, to give us kind of some cooling thunderstorms, we have a line of thunderstorms back to the west of Jacksonville, hanging closer to Lake City, back to Perry. These are sliding out of the northwest to southeast, and for a select few of us, mainly in Flagler County, maybe Marion County as well, we're going to get in on the opportunity late tonight, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, that ballpark, for those storms to come in. So we're heading out this evening. Most of us are dry, especially closer to I-75, but those thunderstorm chances will increase for a few of us later tonight. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's 5 to 6 o'clock, and along and southeast of I-4, that's 7, you see a few rocking thunderstorms, just like what we had last night through parts of Osceola County into Brevard County. And then we're watching that line push through. You see the opportunity anyway to get some thunderstorms closer to Flagler County, and for us maybe as far south as Daytona or Ormond Beach, back to DeLand and Deltona, and then everything kind of pushes back out to sea. So most of us are dry tonight. Then tomorrow, don't be caught off guard with this. The opportunity for early day thunderstorms comes our way. This is going to be lunchtime tomorrow. I think still by this time most are dry, but you're going to notice storm chances start to go up a little bit on future radar and then pushing through. That's going to be 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So storm chances going up a little bit tomorrow, and then kind of doing a reversal as we will see the chance anyway, the highest chance for the first half of the day, with the second half of the day being on the drier side. It will help shave off a few extra degrees in terms of the afternoon high temperature tomorrow. It's a live look outside downtown Orlando. Some of those puffy clouds are trying to build vertically to form some thunderstorms. The air is very dry in the mid-levels of our atmosphere. Certainly not at the surface. It is humid as anything. That is a live look again outside with our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Skycam. There it is at the airport, 97 degrees. Tying yesterday may have found 98 in the off hour as we go forward to the afternoon. Oviedo, good evening. We're at 92. Denellen, we are at 93. Holapa, a steamy 97 for us. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be very warm again, mid to upper 70s. To get things started to get you out the door in Titusville, we'll be at 77. Now, tomorrow, storm chances do go up, especially for the first half of the day. A 40% shot for thunderstorms tomorrow. Air temperatures back in the low to mid 90s, so shaving off a few degrees anyway. It is still going to be hot and humid, but temperatures will continue to be on the hotter side. And as we fast forward to the end of the work week, our friend, this big chunk of high pressure builds back again. And that's going to help to keep us even hotter as we transition into the weekend. So there you see it, 95 tomorrow, 40% shot for thunderstorms, especially for the first half of the day. We'll keep a 40% chance for thunderstorms again on Thursday. There you go on Friday. Those chances start to back off a little bit. I think we'll keep the relatively lower storm chances back in play as we move into the weekend. 30% shot both Saturday and Sunday. But there goes the temperatures again, guys, back to the upper 90s Saturday, Sunday, and I think we keep that right on into the early part of next work week.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Well, it is a story that swept the nation, and the search for Savannah Guthrie's mom continues.
Nancy Guthrie, the mom of the Today Show host, disappeared in January. Coming up, the chilling notes found in southern Arizona last night, as authorities say 2 new notes were sent to the Guthrie family. As we take a live look at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando delivering Hope Cam. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Today Show host Savannah Guthrie with a new plea following the revelation a note believed to be from her mom's kidnappers said that she had died.
Reporter Brian Abel has the latest on the case.
Somebody knows something.
Savannah Guthrie Tuesday morning publicly reacting on the Today Show to the news that a ransom note investigators believe is from the kidnappers of her mother Nancy said that she had died.
this is the life that my sister lives, that I live, that my brother lives, that our extended families live, that our children live every day. And we are in agony.
The note sent to media outlets said Nancy Guthrie died shortly after the February 1st kidnapping from her Tucson, Arizona home, and that the abductors didn't mean to kill her. A week after the kidnapping, Savannah seemingly responding to that note on Instagram.
We received your message, and we understand.
If true, some experts suggest the timing of her death would match the evidence of the case.
We know that her cardiac monitor stopped reading any sort of a signal on that evening.
Details of the note were not reported at the request of law enforcement authorities in an effort to protect the investigation.
The criminals were trying to, in real time, create a defense that they didn't mean for her. It doesn't matter, but that they didn't mean for her to die.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department, the lead agency on the investigation, told CNN only that it remains active and ongoing.
We cannot be at peace. So no matter how much I try to come out here every day and smile and find that joy, and I will, I promise I will. This is a moment to tell you that we need your help. We're begging for your help.
In Washington, Brian Abel reporting.
Oh, just
Truly
heartbreaking.
agonizing.
Yeah, it really is. Well, a local police chief calls it one of the worst cases of child abuse he has ever seen.
Yeah, and we are asking questions tonight about a foster parent accused of molesting several children and possibly many more. Plus,
it's a community growing by the day, and now some people who live in Horizon West are wondering if it should become its own city. I'm looking into what it would take and what that would mean.
Welcome back. We are following several top stories right now.
Starting with an update straight from the Seminole County Sheriff just in the past hour about how and why his deputy opened fire, killing a man this weekend. Sheriff Dennis Lima says an argument caused chaos at a block party over the weekend. A deputy pulled out a taser and told people to calm down. That's when Sheriff Lima says a young man standing right next to the deputy started firing into that large crowd. So the deputy then pulled out his gun and shot the man, and then even tried to save his life with medical care.
The suspect in a bus stop shooting in Orange County is now in custody. Deputies say Kevin Malaris shot a 70-year-old woman in the back earlier this month as she was walking in her neighborhood in Azalea Park. Malaris is now in jail in New York, waiting for extradition back to Florida. Some DeLand business owners are making changes to bring in more customers during these slow summer months. They are changing hours and working together to attract more customers. After our story last week detailing the struggling sales, the city of DeLand says it is also looking at ways to boost business.
Well, tonight, even a local police chief is sickened by the arrest of a foster parent. The St. Cloud police chief says the sexual abuse of children by this man is one of the worst cases he has ever seen. Some of the victims were as young as 5 years old. The chief says there could be many more of them. News 6's Mark Lehman spoke to the chief about the arrest and what's next in this case.
Neighbors tell us the suspect was fostering 6 children when he was taken into custody last week. He's now facing more than half a dozen charges, and police believe this case spans back possibly several years. 66-year-old Paul Rennert is facing 7 counts of custodial sexual battery on a child in a case St. Cloud's police chief calls deeply disturbing and a profound violation of trust.
I can honestly tell you this is really one of the worst cases of this type of child abuse that I've seen.
Many of the details in the arrest warrant are too graphic to show, describing some of the children as young as 5 when Rennert started to sexually assault them. Victims said Rennert would force himself onto them when they were sleeping. One girl told investigators the abuse began in 2023 and took place as recently as last week.
Once we did find out about it, we actually started nonstop investigative work to make sure we could bring this guy to justice.
According to police, one of the victims came forward after learning the definition of sex abuse from a TikTok video on the subject.
It's just a shame that they had to see it on a TikTok for them to recognize, hey, that's happening to me.
Law enforcement responded to the neighborhood last week where several bags of evidence were removed from the home. Rennert was taken into custody on a Baker Act hold and later transferred to jail. During the arrest, officers say he began to spontaneously utter that his life was over.
It's sad that you have to come to that conclusion after you realize that his life is over. Well, he never should have done it to begin with.
Rennert is being held here at the jail without bond. As part of the investigation, detectives are working with the Department of Children and Families. Meanwhile, anyone with information about any cases of possible abuse involving the suspect is urged to call St. Cloud Police. Reporting in Osceola County, Mark Lehman, News 6.
And we know so many of you out there are asking tonight, how can someone foster children for years with allegations like this going undetected? And who is checking? Right now, News 6's Troy Campbell is digging and trying to get the answers to those questions and is working on an investigative report coming up for News 6 at 6 o'clock.
Tomorrow marks 5 years since the deadly Surfside condo collapse in South Florida that killed 98 people. And in a stunning new report, investigators have discovered the building actually started failing weeks before the 12-story condo came crashing down. Tonight, some families are calling for a criminal investigation. Christian Benavides has the details.
In 2021, this building that once stood for nearly 40 years crumbled in a matter of seconds.
The frantic search for survivors of the building collapse in Surfside, Florida.
Now federal investigators are revealing the likely cause of the Champlain Tower South collapse. According to a new federal report, the structure failures began 3 weeks before the building fell, when 2 connections between garage columns and the pool deck gave way. Investigators say those initial failures caused cracks to spread and loads to redistribute in the pool deck. They say that's what led to the catastrophic event on June 24th, killing 98 people.
It's extremely disappointing to see this report.
Martin Langesfeld lost his sister and brother-in-law in that collapse.
5 years later, we're supposed to be happy with this paper that says Designs were bad and there was corrosion.
Langesfeld says the report offers few definitive answers. He is calling for the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office to open a criminal investigation.
What do you want people to know?
A building collapsed in Miami, Florida, in the middle of the night. In 12 seconds, it killed 98 people, and no one has been held accountable.
Tomorrow marks 5 years since the Surfside tragedy.
How do you hope that they'll be remembered?
Nikki was taken at 26 years old and her husband at 28 years old. She was an attorney and she fought for justice and to make things right. And we promise to do that on her behalf now.
Christian Benavides, CBS News.
In Seminole County, the clock is ticking for neighbors at the Pebble Creek apartment complex in Lake Mary. Last Thursday, we told you neighbors were given 7 days to evacuate. The complex told residents the county has declared the building unlivable due to structural issues, including rusting staircases. Neighbors told News 6's Alex Cook they're worried about getting all of their belongings out safely.
They're pretty much telling either I need to forfeit my stuff or put my family at risk. I can't even hire a moving company because technically they can't come up the stairs.
They also say management had promised that the stairways would soon be shored up, but the county decided back in March that these units were unlivable, and no authorization has been given for anyone to return to the apartments. Meantime, in Orange County, neighbors at the Rialto apartments in the Dr. Phillips area have spent the last 3 months out of their homes. They were forced out after major concerns about the building's structure. In March, some people said they heard popping and cracking noises. The community manager telling News 6 they are still waiting for an assessment from an engineering firm.
As the Supreme Court term winds down, the watch and wait game heats up with some of the hot button cases still awaiting opinions. Jared Hill has today's headline from the bench and what court watchers are expecting.
Tuesday, the Supreme Court issued a handful of opinions with religion taking center stage. The court ruled 6-3 a former Louisiana inmate cannot sue prison officials who shaved his dreadlocks. Justice Neil Gorsuch, writing for the majority in Landor v. Louisiana Department of Corrections, said while Damon Landor's Rastafari religious beliefs were indeed violated, the federal statute designed to protect inmates' rights does not permit lawsuits for monetary damages.
Even though we're talking about religious rights, this is not a First Amendment decision.
As the court calendar winds down, major issues are still hanging in the balance, including birthright citizenship, 2 cases involving the president's power to remove employees from independent agencies, and whether states can bar transgender athletes from participating in girls' and women's sports.
Save women's sports!
We're certainly going to keep our eye on the transgender sports case, on the birthright citizenship case.
But court watchers are especially interested in the 2 cases focused on presidential power that could limit congressional authority. One involves President Trump's attempt to fire Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Another concerns whether the president can remove a member of the Federal Trade Commission.
It's really critical, not just for this presidency, but determining the power of the presidency going forward in America.
The court's next opinion day is Thursday, though rulings on these thornier cases could carry into early July. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Well, Horizon West is one of the fastest growing communities in Orange County, and now some people are asking if it should become its own city.
And that idea is sparking a debate online with some who live in the community. Your West Orange County community correspondent, Tylisa Hampton, is taking a closer look at what it would take to make it happen.
Posed this question to a lot of community members in Horizon West, it certainly left a lot of people split on if they were for or against the idea. And I also spoke with community leaders about what that process would look like and if it was possible that Horizon West could even become its own city. Could it be a new path forged in Horizon West? Do you feel like Horizon West should become a city? Why or why not?
It's a yes. It's a big yes. It's growing.
I think it's busy enough here. I don't want to pay any more in taxes.
Right now, Horizon West remains unincorporated, meaning your mailing address is either Winter Garden or Windermere since it does not have its own city government. But it has seen thousands of new residents, homes, and businesses move in.
Horizon West area is one of the most rapidly growing areas in Orange County.
And with that growth comes a big question for some. Could it one day become its own city?
It is possible. Home rule is established in the Florida Constitution.
Commissioner Nicole Wilson says turning the community into a municipality would not be easy. There are certain requirements the state looks for before a new city can be created.
And those include things like contiguous borders, a certain level of population, and of course, the money that it takes to actually do a feasibility study.
For some, they like having the best of both worlds.
I mean, I'd be against it, for the very fact that, we love living in Winter Garden. We love what this community provides. Taxes are still pretty low. We get really good community resources.
Others say having their own city could mean having a stronger voice.
There's a lot of issues in this place. We don't have stores. We don't have some of the necessities you'd have in a neighborhood. And again, no representation locally to help us.
The idea is sparking much debate online. For now, Horizon West remains as is. But as the community continues to grow, the conversation about its future is just the beginning. Reporting for News 6, I'm Talisa Hampton.
An emotional debate over the fate of historic properties in downtown Orlando. Dozens of people spoke at the city commission meeting yesterday. The commission ultimately voting to pass a 3-year moratorium on reviews by the city's Historic Preservation Board. Many said the moratorium is needed to bring in more business. However, others are worried about losing protections for historic buildings and argued that once a landmark is gone, there is no way to replace it.
Every time this council wants to do anything in that, they rescind the moratorium.
Perhaps this proposal offers a new and better way forward to allow progress to move at the speed conducive with the redevelopment we so desperately need.
The final vote was 4-2. The moratorium covers an 8-block area in downtown Orlando, including Church Street Station, which is the oldest area of the city's 6 historic preservation districts.
A major road project in Osceola County could cause some changes to traffic.
This is all part of a plan to relieve backups in Champions Gate. Coming up, we're breaking down the project and looking at the impact it could have on drivers.
More tech means we need more ways to store it, and that means more data centers. Coming up, why one county leader is putting a pause on data centers before one pops up in their backyard.
Temperatures hanging out in the mid to upper 90s right now. No storms on the radar just yet, but for a few of us, we're going to pop them a little bit later on. We're going to break down who has the best shot to see rain tonight, coming up at about 4:47.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Original Mattress Factory.
We've got new developments now in Lake County. Commissioners out there, they say they have now created a moratorium on data centers out there, meaning while it's in place, none can be built. I'm News 6's Amy Russo. This comes as data centers are popping up all across America. That includes right here in Florida. As the world becomes more technologically advanced, with skyrocketing use of artificial intelligence, data centers are becoming a frequent sight. They're used to store massive amounts of digital information. Here's a map showing all of the data centers in Central Florida. Right now, there is not one in Lake County, and Commissioner Anthony Sabatini wants to keep it that way.
These are huge centers that don't fit the character and the feel of Lake County.
The commissioner is proposing a one-year moratorium preventing any data center from calling Lake County home. Multiple counties in the state have either passed or are considering a moratorium on data centers. That's places like Nassau, Pasco, and Jackson counties.
These applications are coming in all throughout the state of Florida. There's been 12 applications just in the last year. And way more coming in the future because of the use of AI.
The reason for not wanting the centers in his backyard, Sabatini says concerns over public utility overreach, including soaring utility bills and large amounts of water consumption.
I don't believe that Lake County is an appropriate place for any data centers, but I do know that a moratorium is legal, and it's a good way to stop and put the pause on things before anything significant happens.
The ordinance will now go before commissioners at their next council meeting for a final vote. Reporting on Lake County, Amy Russo, News 6.
All right, I'm going to ask Lisa to look away from the screen for a moment, because in Seminole County, what would be a nightmare for most of us, take a look at what was found inside a Sanford home. Police got a call for help after someone found this ball python
that's awful.
in a bathroom. Lord, as you can see, Officers Sozio and Moore showed up and wrangled the reptile safely, removing it.
Can I just stop you right here? Okay, so it was in someone's bathroom, because I've had my own experience with a
you
python
have,
near
on
my
the
house.
outside of your
That
house.
Oh my gosh.
was someone's pet at some point.
Of course it was.
Yes, and did it go through their pipes? How did it get into their bathroom? I don't know.
Was it looking
Always
for the toilet?
But I think
Always
everyone in all of Central Florida just needs to move at this point, because who knows how many more are out there.
Probably a lot.
A little dramatic, but I don't disagree. I would just leave the house.
That's awful.
You can have it.
Some people may
python.
want to move from the heat too today.
Correct.
Yeah, he was looking for AC probably.
Probably, no doubt about it. Temperature is already soaring into the upper 90s across a lot of Central Florida. We don't have those cooling thunderstorms out there just yet. This is going to be a night very similar to what we had last night. Same spots I'm going to be tracking tonight, to mainly along and southeast of I-4 to pop a couple of thunderstorms right here. There's that little green line hanging around Palm Bay from Satellite Beach back to Rockledge. That is the East Coast sea breeze that's going to push in and help to fire up some storms right in this general area, again, south and east of I-4. You'll also see on the northern side, right at the top of your screen, you see the lightning just along the Georgia-Florida border. That is going to be a line of thunderstorms that also tries to sneak in from north to south. So we'll be watching Flagler County and Volusia County late this evening, kind of with that secondary push of thunderstorm action. So here's 5 to 6 o'clock, and I think it's going to be behind a little bit. Future radar is, I think, closer to 6 to 7. That's when we're going to be watching a couple of these thunderstorms. Again, they're not going to be too terribly widespread, maybe a couple of rowdy ones out there, but nonetheless, they're going to be quick to push back off the coast. Now, there's 7 to 8 o'clock. That line of thunderstorms that's closer to Jacksonville and to Lake City, going to try to push back into Flagler County. So we'll be tracking that closely tonight for the chance for a couple of stronger thunderstorms. As they sink down, you see they do not make it very far. They push quickly off the coast. Now, tomorrow, this is when things begin to change a little bit. Early start time for our rain and thunderstorm chances anyway. That's 11 o'clock. See, especially closer to I-75, a couple of downpours trying to get going. And then early in the afternoon, the highest opportunity for thunderstorms going to be around. I think by 3 or 4 o'clock, we're going to be watching most of these already push off the Brevard coastline. 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner time, I think we start to wind things back down because the storms early in the day kind of zapped all the atmospheric moisture and some of the instability that we had generated by the heat. There's 10 o'clock on your Wednesday, a couple of stray downpours still lingering. Beautifully blue skies out there right now. It's alive like Port Canaveral, Brevard County, with our Launch Credit Union camera. Air temperatures back into the middle 90s at this point. We're going to be watching again the chance anyway for a couple of those thunderstorms closer to the Space Coast late tonight. Muggy start again tomorrow, mid to upper 70s. Again, get used to that. We're pretty much running that for the next couple of months. Same with this, mid 90s, 95 degrees tomorrow in Leesburg, Fruitland Park. Good evening. We're at 96. Lake Catherine. We're going to top out at 96 tomorrow as well. Storm chances going up, though, to about 40% as we move forward into the afternoon. What's not going up, development chances in the Atlantic. Again, we continue to look at this always because it's hurricane season. Just a reminder, there's hardly a cloud through the Caribbean, a cloud through the main development region, just a few passing clouds closer to the Yucatan. So everything nice and quiet, partially because it's early in the season, and also we have some dust out there in the main development region. This is the season for this part, for the dust to kind of eject off Africa. This will continue to move toward the Caribbean over the next couple of days. And it's one of the reasons why we don't see early season activity out in that direction, because this is when the dust is most likely. You see, though, as we get into the upcoming weekend, there's Saturday and Sunday. Some of that tries to pinwheel back in our direction. It's also going to be a part of the reason why that rain chances start to go down by the second half of the weekend again, or continue to stay low. 40% shot for thunderstorms tomorrow and Thursday, 30% chance on Friday. There comes the heat, with, relatively speaking anyway, lower storm chances for your weekend.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. A traffic alert for you as road work could impact a popular stretch in Osceola County.
Yeah, you can expect overnight detours on Champions Gate Boulevard coming up. We're looking at the project that's causing headaches right now, with hopes of easing traffic in the future.
Coming up on Wednesday, the need for speed. What we're learning about Central Florida's driving habits, the good, the bad, and the distracted.
Plus, excessive heat remains, but rain is coming into the forecast. Our team is breaking down some late week storms.
Join us for News 6 Morning, starting at 5.
A traffic alert in Osceola County. A major closure is happening in Champions Gate this week. I'm News 6's Mark Lehman, and if you've driven along Champions Gate Boulevard, you've likely seen the traffic problems and changes over the years. Well, now drivers are looking at an overnight closure. Transportation officials say it's a temporary inconvenience to make way for a long-term solution.
It's an area that sees tens of thousands of cars a day, and changes are happening for those who drive through the diverging Diamond intersection. Crews are shutting down both directions of Champions Gate Boulevard overnight at the I-4 overpass. According to the Florida Department of Transportation, the closure is needed for bridge demolition connected to the Moving I-4 Forward initiative. The $2.5 billion plan is actually made up of 5 projects to transform the interstate's busiest corridor in Osceola and Polk counties. The state is working to improve 14 miles of highway, adding 2 express lanes in each direction. The work is building off of an accelerated start that added traffic relief lanes to I-4 last year. As for this latest overnight work, drivers through Champions Gate are directed down Ronald Reagan Parkway and Lake Wilson Road for the temporary detour.
The overnight shutdown of Champions Gate Boulevard is expected to wrap up on Friday, although future closures are expected as Moving I-4 Forward moves forward. All 5 projects are expected to be completed in 2031. In Osceola County, Mark Lehman, News 6.
I'm News 6 anchor Matt Austin. Here's what's next on News 6 at 5. The man accused of shooting a 70-year-old woman near a bus stop is finally off the street. Coming up, why he was arrested across the country and what this senior was just trying to do that she does every day.
The deputy, who is a less than 5-year deputy, acted with great precision skill, and heroism.
Now at 5, new details after a deadly deputy-involved shooting at a block party over the weekend. Hear the sheriff describe what led to the gunfire. Plus, a shocking revelation in Flagler County and nearly a dozen arrests made. We're digging into what the sheriff's office says is a human trafficking sting, with more arrests possibly on the way. And an arrest states away for a shooting that happened right in our backyard. What we're learning about the suspect accused of shooting a 70-year-old woman. You're watching News 6 at 5. Let's begin with some breaking news out of Palm Bay, though. People being urged to shelter in place because of a big police and fire presence.
This is happening in the area of Wilhelmina Court, northeast. All police are saying right now is this is due to a potentially hazardous condition at a business, and some local businesses have been evacuated as a precaution.
Again, if you live within a half-mile radius of Wilhelmina Court, northeast, you are told to stay inside for the time being. We'll keep you posted as we learn more about this. Developing now at 5 as well, new details on a block party in Seminole County. It led to gunfire and a man dying at the hands of a deputy.
It happened this weekend, and tonight the Seminole County Sheriff says his deputy shot and killed the gunman because that person was firing into a large crowd. Your Seminole County community correspondent Catherine Silver just heard from the sheriff, and Kat, the sheriff showed us a play-by-play from their body cameras.
That's right. It happened so fast. We're going to show you that clip in just a bit. First, I want to reiterate the sheriff says this was an unsanctioned block party that brought hundreds of people to a very small bar on Sipes Avenue this weekend. It was billed as a kickoff to Father's Day weekend party. The sheriff told us almost immediately when his deputies arrived and were trying to break up that crowd, they got caught in the chaos. This is a clip from the body camera video of the deputy who fired his weapon. Take a look. You saw how close that shooter was to the deputy. You also need to pay attention to the sound of the gunshots in that video. You hear that first shot. The sheriff says that was actually fired by another shooter in this crowd, and they are still looking for that person. Right after that first gunshot, the sheriff says Marcus Barnett fired 2 shots in return. He was the one standing right next to the deputy who saw Barnett with the gun and then took action. The deputy fired 6 shots at Barnett. The sheriff says he was still armed when he went down. I asked the sheriff if he has any doubt in his mind that his deputy did the right thing.
There's not one thing about his response that I would change. And I think that when he goes back, and I'm sure he's going to watch the media coverage, he should know how grateful we are, not only as an agency and me as a sheriff, but as a community, that we have true heroes that will stand in the gap between good and evil and put themselves in harm's way. He's got a family that loves him. And this isn't the tough guy talk, and it's not he deserves this. And this is remorse. This is the last thing he wanted to do, is have to do that. But when faced with the responsibility to stand in the gap, he did it.
The sheriff called it a textbook response. We also are learning that 2 other women were also shot and survived this week. And the sheriff says one of them is cooperating, the other is not. And at this time, it is unclear whether Barnett is the one who shot either of them. As detectives here look for that second shooter, we're continuing to ask what started the gunfire and that first argument between both shooters in the first place. The sheriff says they are still early on in their investigation, but they do believe it could be gang-related. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, News 6.
Thank you, Catherine. In Flagler County now, some disturbing details released during a news conference this afternoon at the sheriff's office. The sheriff unveiled Operation Innocence Shield.
It is a human trafficking sting that is still ongoing. News 6 anchor Ashley Garrett is live in the newsroom. And Ashley, there have already been 10 arrests in this.
Yeah, Lisa, Matt, that's over the course of months. So according to Sheriff Rick Staley, he says the arrests included men and women from Jacksonville, Seminole County, and Melbourne. The charges announced include prostitution and drugs. Sheriff Staley went on to say that part of Operation Innocence Shield included detectives responding to website platforms that advertise commercial sex services. He says 3 victims have been rescued, and they are now getting the services they need to live a better life. The sheriff says those victims' ages range from early 30s to early 40s. He credits the help of several, including the FCSO Cybercrimes Unit. the Northeast Florida Intercept Task Force, and Homeland Security. Sheriff Staley says Operation Innocent Shield has been broken up into 3 phases. He says phase 3 is happening now and that he expects even more arrests. We learned a firearm, a car, and drugs have been seized in this case. The sheriff mentioned in this case there have been no minor victims, but he did make comment of child sex cases overall he says are on the rise.
I think we have a lot of child sex crimes in this county and a lot of child pornography in this county.
I personally have seen an increase over the last couple of years, overlapping, where child sexual abuse material and prostitution can be commingled, where somebody that is interested in commercial sex is also interested in children or other deviant sexual behaviors.
And that news certainly tough to hear. The sheriff did credit the public, though, for reporting suspicious activity to the sheriff's office. Coming up on News 6 at 10 and 11, we'll be taking a closer look at some of that undercover sexting video that was shown during the news conference. We actually just showed it to you a moment ago. We're going to dig deeper. But live in the newsroom, I'm Ashley Garrett for News 6.
Ashley, thank you. To Osceola County now, where the family of a man shot and killed outside a rental home says the Homeowners Association was negligent in its actions. Douglas Kraft's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit 6 months after Kraft, his brother, and another man died. In the complaint, the family cites the violent history of the suspect, Ahmaud Bourget, including an arrest for shooting at someone in 2021 where he was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
There were numerous complaints of various neighbors that he was doing suspicious activities, that he was not right. And absolutely nothing was done by the Homeowners Association.
Leaders with the HOA say while they feel sorry for the family, they had no knowledge that Bourget was back in the community. Airbnb, the service Kraft used to rent his home, was not named in the lawsuit, but the attorney says there could be a chance that they're named in the future. A 70-year-old woman now out for a walk gets shot in the back. This happened just steps away from a neighborhood playground. Now a suspect is arrested all the way up in New York, and newly released documents are revealing what investigators say really happened here. Your Orange County community correspondent Jana Manohalal is live in Azalea Park. That's where she just found out what led up to this woman almost being killed.
According to a new arrest warrant I got from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, it details that the 70-year-old woman was in fact on her daily walk around the neighborhood. When she arrived at this bus stop, she was face to face with a man she did not recognize. That's when she decided to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. But according to deputies, Kevin Malaris then opened fire and shot her 3 times in the back. When she was taken to the hospital, she later told deputies she did not know this man and did not know why she was targeted. A neighbor who lives in the area described Malaris' behavior just days before the shooting.
He was acting a little bit, I'd say, strange. He was doing a lot of walking in the area, but a lot of times, he wasn't wearing much of anything but some bottoms. So it was a little bit worrisome, but we didn't think anything was going to happen, and then unfortunately she was shot.
She says the shooting was especially shocking because he did not know the woman. Detectives say cameras from multiple homes captured Malaris walking through the neighborhood before the attack. Shortly after the shooting, deputies and SWAT teams arrived at this home, 800 Farber Drive, just a block away from where the initial shooting happened. According to investigators, this is where Malaris was believed to have been living. Deputies searched this home, but he was already gone. According to the affidavit, investigators found a loaded gun magazine and bullets matching shell casings recovered at the scene. Detectives also found clothing they say matched what the suspect was wearing in the surveillance footage. The U.S. Marshals Service later tracked Malaris down in New York, where he was arrested on a charge of attempted first-degree murder.
If he did it to her, why not do it to anyone else? So it's relief. It's absolute relief that he has been captured.
Again, all of this information coming straight from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Now, if you're wondering where Kevin Malaris is now, he is still in jail in New York, and the Sheriff's Office gives no current timeline as to when he could come back to Central Florida. As for the 70-year-old woman, she is now in stable condition after undergoing surgeries for those 3 shots into her back. For now in Orange County, I'm your community correspondent, Jana Manohalal, News 6.
A chaotic traffic stop in Orange County ended with an ICE agent suffering a serious head injury. They say it happened 1 week ago near Americana Boulevard and Point Vista Circle. That's right between John Young Parkway and Orange Blossom Trail. Troopers say they were working with immigration officials when they made the stop, and that's when multiple people hopped out and took off. They say an ICE agent tried to detain a person, Ilias Batista, that turned into a scuffle. FHP says during the scuffle, Batista hit the agent hard enough to cause a significant head injury. He then apparently ran off. Batista was eventually arrested on June 18th in Levy County. He is now facing aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer. The Florida Highway Patrol says Batista is in the country illegally.
I'm News 6 business analyst Donovan Myrie. Last year, Florida got rid of its annual hurricane tax holiday, but in doing so, did the state also eliminate one of its biggest yearly reminders to prepare for storm season? Why some of the savings are still there, but the publicity is gone. I'll have that story coming up next.
Storms are non-existent right now. We are watching the East Coast sea breeze. That little line come through should help to spark a few. We'll track where those are. The opportunity for those storms are going to be coming up at about 5:17.
And later, the accusations Polymarket is facing and how it may have impacted you. You're watching News 6 at 5. Here's a live look at Port Canaveral from our Launch Credit Union camera. Looking pretty good and feeling pretty hot out there. We'll be right back.
Tuesday evening traffic alert. That heat's really not going to be slowing down any of the construction, so just make sure you're paying attention overnight, tonight, and obviously through the rest of the week. Florida Turnpike up on the north end. You'll see those slowdowns up there. I-4 east and westbound. We've also seen some construction locally when you exit 528 out along International Drive as well. And then, of course, east and westbound on Lee Road. And then, of course, the Champions Gate area. We've got it everywhere. You need to make sure you're paying attention. 417 north and southbound as well, starting around the Lake Mary area. So 49-50 mile marker, making your way up towards Reinhardt. And then, of course, I-95. We've seen that ramp up just a little bit, ramp up, no pun intended, but making sure you're paying attention along 528 as you approach the ramps out there. Sometimes you're seeing some lane closures. I'm Trooper Steve with the News 6 Traffic Alert. Drive safely, and I'll catch you in the morning.
If you're just joining us, we're following some breaking news. People being urged to shelter in place because of a big police and fire department presence in a section of Palm Bay. Let me tell you where. It's happening in the area of Wilhelmina Court, northeast. All police are saying is there's a potentially hazardous condition at a business. Some local businesses have been evacuated as a precaution. Again, if you live within a half-mile radius of Wilhelmina Court northeast, you're told to stay inside for the time being. We'll keep you posted as soon as we get more details on this.
You've seen it if you've been in Florida in just the last 2 years. Scenes like this during a hurricane. This is video from Hurricane Milton that hit in 2024. The storm's devastated areas across Florida and southern United States. But as News 6 business analyst Donovan Myrie shows us, a major question surrounds this year's hurricane season.
Did Florida accidentally eliminate one of its biggest hurricane preparedness reminders in an effort to make things more convenient? For years, Floridians looking to stock up on hurricane supplies could wait for the state's disaster preparedness sales tax holiday to save a few dollars on things like batteries, generators, and other emergency items. But in 2025, lawmakers scrapped the holiday and replaced it with something new: permanent sales tax exemptions on many preparedness supplies. For consumers, there's an obvious benefit. You no longer have to wait for a special 1 or 2 week window to save money. Many items are now tax-free year-round. But there's also a trade-off. Florida created the hurricane tax holiday in 2005 after the devastating 2004 hurricane season. Over time, it became more than just a tax break. The holiday generated news coverage, store promotions, and reminders from emergency managers that hurricane season was here. In fact, the state expanded the program to 2 separate tax-free periods in 2022, one at the start of hurricane season and another during the peak of the season. Now, those events are gone. The savings remain, but the annual reminders do not. So the question isn't whether Floridians can still save money on hurricane supplies. They can. The question is whether the state lost one of its most visible annual reminders to prepare before the next storm threatens Florida. For more information about Florida's pivot to tax-free items for hurricane preparation and a rundown of what is and isn't on the list, head on over to clickorlando.com/dollars and cents. For Dollars and Cents, I'm Donovan Myrie.
All right, when we say the word hurricane around here, it's like throwing up the bat signal. We have meteorologist Jonathan Kagas joining us now, and we're not worried about any of that stuff at the moment.
No, absolutely not. Nice and quiet, and it should stay that way for at least the next 3 weeks. There's nothing concrete that it looked like anything's trying to develop at all. We are watching right now the East Coast sea breeze. That's this little green line coming here generated by the heating of the day that's pushing inland. Same deal as last time. We've got a couple of rowdy thunderstorms south and east of I-4 as expected. Most of us are dry west of Orlando for us in the villages, Ocala. Also see some lightning where it says radar at the top of your screen. That's another line of thunderstorms that'll be tracking late tonight. I'll show you about that in a second for mainly Flagler County, parts of Marion and Volusia. But we're going to watch over the next couple of hours for a few thunderstorms to develop right along that East Coast sea breeze. And here's what I'm talking about. 6 to 7 o'clock, so in the next hour or two, south and east of I-4 especially, a couple of thunderstorms bubbling back up and then pushing back out to the Atlantic. That's going to be 7 o'clock in the evening, and that line of thunderstorms that's closer to St. Augustine and Jacksonville right now. That's going to try to push south for us, closer to Marineland, Palm Coast, Bunnell, Flagler Beach, maybe getting as far south as Ormond Beach or New Smyrna before pushing off the coast. That's going to be 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think we are dry for your morning commute, but things change a little bit and we start to increase thunderstorm chances earlier in the day. So by the latter stages of your morning, rain chances are going to start to increase west of Orlando, closer to I-75, and then you see it there. That's 2 o'clock. With the chance for scattered thunderstorms around continuing through about the middle part of your afternoon. That's 3 to 4 o'clock. And then I think with you, the opposite of what we're used to in Central Florida for the middle of summer, the evening should be much quieter than the first half of the day in terms of rain chances. So there's 6 o'clock on Thursday morning. I think we're dry, and then we do that same kind of thing again. If you're heading to the beach tomorrow, again, should have more clouds around coming in from the north and west and a couple of thunderstorms to dodge, at least early in the day. UV index still obviously high. The breeze out of the west, with that westerly breeze that keeps the rip current risk on the lower side, but always make sure you're paying attention to what the lifeguards are saying at the beach. Again, nice and gentle out there. You saw the forecast for tomorrow. The wave height's only at about a foot, and it is very nice out there. Hardly a cloud in the sky right now. 94 degrees in Daytona. We talked about this yesterday, that we were going to be really hot along the beaches. It's always hot, of course, but typically we get to help with the breeze off of the Atlantic. There's the big key there, out of the south-southwest at about 15 miles an hour. That's helping to pump in all the heat that's generated from the heating of the day in the middle of the peninsula and push it back in our direction. Palm Coast, we're at 97. The Villages, we are at 94. Cocoa Beach at 91, Cape Canaveral, we are checking in at 96. Though tomorrow morning, we're back into the mid to upper 70s to start again. I think we're dry. I think you'll notice a few extra clouds go on the increase, and that's going to make way to those afternoon thunderstorms, especially on the early side of the day. Rain chances tomorrow at 40%. We're at 94 in Celebration. Palm Bay tomorrow, we are back to 93 degrees, and we keep things toasty with rain chances on the lower side, relatively speaking, really beyond Thursday. 30% chance on Friday. We'll keep a 30% shot for thunderstorms over the weekend. Temperatures sky high, back to the mid to upper 90s.
Jonathan, thank you. You can open up that camera app, scan the QR code on your screen right now. Click the link. We want to see your weather pictures and videos. They could end up right here on TV. You could also go to clickorlando.com/pins and upload your pictures and videos that way. Well, it is an emerging trend, prediction markets to try to make a little money.
But tonight, one of those markets is facing some serious questions. Coming up, what Polymarket is accused of doing in the past and how it could have impacted you.
Here's a live look from downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
I'm News 6 anchor Lauren Melendez. If you've driven along I-95 in Volusia County, you have probably stopped at a Buc-ee's. Well, now the Beaver-themed gas station is making another expansion, plus a bombshell report on the emerging prediction market trend. So let's get right over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. Big question today about how Polymarket does business.
Lauren, a Wall Street Journal investigation found betting platform Polymarket paid social media creators to promote fake bets and fabricated winnings. It says it reviewed more than 1,100 videos from creators dating back to 2025, and 70% of them featured wagers that were not real. The report cited one example where creators celebrated nearly $900,000 in fake U.S. winnings. Had the bets been real, they would have resulted in $166,000 of losses. The Journal says Polymarket built imitation websites and used the fake wins to attract American investors.
Let's get to a little bit of a lighter note. Beaver nuggets, brisket, and clean restrooms. Buc-ee's is expanding, and I'm sure the people who love Buc-ee's are happy about this.
I think so. Buc-ee's is expanding west, Lauren, with one of its largest locations yet in Arizona. The newly opened travel center near Phoenix features 120 gas pumps and a 74,000 square foot retail footprint. Officials expect as many as 40,000 vehicles a day. What they say is true about Buc-ee's, okay? Cleanest bathrooms I've encountered on the road.
Really?
Okay.
I've never heard that about a gas station, even though I know technically it's not just a gas station. All right, from your mouth to God's ears. Thank you so much, Maribel. The latest money and consumer news is always available on our website, clickorlando.com.
Okay, the bathrooms are clean, but you're waiting to get
Forever.
Like there's a line, especially with my ladies.
And when you're going to a bathroom at a place like that, you don't want to wait in line.
No,
you know what I mean. You're pulling
you're
over
running
there
in there
because you need
right,
to go.
Exactly. Well, everything slows down in the summer, it seems, including sales at some local shops.
And after several businesses in downtown DeLand told us they are hurting, the city is now stepping up. Coming up, what this turnaround is supposed to do for shops struggling to survive.
Plus, what would it take for one of Central Florida's biggest communities to become its own city? We're digging into what leaders in Horizon West have to say. Here's a live look at Daytona Beach. Looking pretty beautiful and very warm out there. You're watching News 6. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Glad you're with us. I'm Lisa Bell.
I'm Matt Austin. You're watching News 6 at 5. We are following several top stories for you right now.
Breaking right now, people are being urged to shelter in place due to a large police and fire department presence in Palm Bay. This is happening in the area of Wilhelmina Court Northeast. All police are saying right now is this is due to a potentially hazardous condition at a business. Some local businesses have been evacuated as a precaution, and if you live within a half-mile radius of Wilhelmina Court Northeast, you are being urged to stay inside for the time being.
In Seminole County, we're finally getting details on that block party that ended with a man losing his life at the hands of a deputy. The sheriff says his deputy had no choice but to shoot and kill someone who was firing into a crowd. Innocent people were hit by the gunfire. Investigators are still looking for a second gunman. In Orange County, we've learned the 70-year-old who was shot at a bus stop was just out for a walk, trying to walk away from that suspected shooter. Investigators say the innocent senior was shot in the back 3 times. She is still recovering. The suspect was tracked down in New York and is now awaiting extradition back to Florida.
Now at 5, 2 of your community correspondents, Molly Reed and Talisa Hampton, who are in your neighborhood daily, are giving updates on questions you've asked to our News 6 Neighborhood Network.
So we start with your DeLand community correspondent, Molly Reed. So DeLand businesses say they are desperately trying to do anything to boost business.
It comes after News 6 reported last week that small businesses across Central Florida, including in DeLand, are seeing a slower than average summer season. Your Volusia County community correspondent, Molly Reed, is back in downtown DeLand to find out what they are doing to get more people in the door.
Downtown DeLand business owners tell me that they are getting creative to attract more customers. Now, my story last week sparked a lot of reaction, and as with most stories, I want to follow up. So now here in downtown DeLand again, a lot of those business owners tell me that they are taking the feedback after that story and getting creative by doing things like extending business hours. And some of them tell me it's already helping.
We're all working together to brainstorm how to showcase just how great we are and take it to more people than just our locals, because we want Orlando to come, we want Palm Coast to come, we want take those day trips.
Krista Yates owns Miss Preppy Pants. She's been downtown for 10 years. She says summer is usually slow. Stetson is out and snowbirds are gone, but this summer for some has been harder than others. Yates says now some businesses are opening on days they were traditionally closed. Others are extending hours and are connecting with each other.
We're working together to, if you can't find it in my shop, go down to another shop, or I will show you the shops that I like to go to.
Now city commissioners tell me they are also jumping in to bring more customers downtown too.
One of the things we do is DeLand hosts, sponsors, or permits 80 special events per year.
City Commissioner Richard Paiva says the city is concentrating many events on the summer to help businesses, bringing a big boost of relief to downtown shop owners.
This is one of the reasons why a lot of us have moved here. This community, the people here, the shops here, the walkability of our streets.
I'm your Volusia County community correspondent, Molly Reed, News 6.
And we continue our team coverage in your communities with your West Orange County community correspondent, Talisa Hampton.
She's in Horizon West, one of the fastest growing communities in Orange County, and now some are asking if it should maybe become its own city. Talisa is taking a closer look at what it would take to make that happen.
Posed this question to a lot of community members in Horizon West. It certainly left a lot of people split on if they were for or against the idea. And I also spoke with community leaders about what that process would look like and if it was possible that Horizon West could even become its own city. Could it be a new path forged in Horizon West? Do you feel like Horizon West should become a city? Why or why not?
It's a yes. It's a big yes. It's growing.
I think it's busy enough here. I don't want to pay any more in taxes.
Right now, Horizon West remains unincorporated, meaning your mailing address is either Winter Garden or Windermere, since it does not have its own city government. But it has seen thousands of new residents, homes, and businesses move in.
Horizon West area is one of the most rapidly growing areas in Orange County.
And with that growth comes a big question for some. Could it one day become its own city?
It is possible. Home rule is established in the Florida Constitution.
Commissioner Nicole Wilson says turning the community into a municipality would not be easy. There are certain requirements the state looks for before a new city can be created.
And those include things like contiguous borders, a certain level of population, and of course, the money that it takes to actually do a feasibility study.
For some, they like having the best of both worlds.
I mean, I'd be against it, for the very fact that, we love living in Winter Garden. We love what this community provides. Taxes are still pretty low. We get really good community resources.
Others say having their own city could mean having a stronger voice.
There's a lot of issues in this place. We don't have stores. We don't have some of the necessities you'd have in a neighborhood. And again, no representation locally to help us.
The idea is sparking much debate online. For now, Horizon West remains as is. But as the community continues to grow, the conversation about its future is just the beginning. Reporting for News 6, I'm Talisa Hampton.
Now, if you have questions you want answered in your neighborhood, reach out to our News 6 Neighborhood Network. Just hop online, search help.clickorlando.com. It is right there on your screen.
Now to a heads up on the roads. There is a major road closure this week in Champions Gate as part of a plan to relieve traffic on I-4. You can expect overnight detours near Champions Gate Boulevard at the I-4 overpass. According to the Florida Department of Transportation, the closure is needed for bridge demolition. Drivers through Champions Gate are directed down Ronald Reagan Parkway and Lake Wilson Road. The shutdown is expected to wrap up on Friday.
Iran's chief negotiator said Tuesday the Strait of Hormuz will never return to those pre-war conditions. Both sides say the strait is now open while long-term negotiations continue. But what happens after that 60-day period ends remains in question. Natalie Brand has more from the White House.
President Trump arrived in Pennsylvania and touted progress in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yesterday we had 19 barrels of oil, 19 million barrels of oil come off.
The president is also denying Iran's claims that there are no scheduled inspections of Iranian nuclear facilities.
They're wrong. They know they're wrong. They told us inside, and we have it down 100% inspections. And if they were right, I'd cancel the meetings right now.
Iran is disputing the president's statement that unfrozen Iranian assets will be used to exclusively purchase American products.
Iran is the only country who decides what to do with those assets.
The ongoing fighting between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon is also complicating the larger negotiations. Israel says it struck targets in the southern region today, saying it killed 2 Hezbollah fighters.
If they are going to violate the MOU in any format, including by attacking Lebanon and Hezbollah in Lebanon, then Iran will respond.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his forces will remain in southern Lebanon for as long as needed. CBS News asked the president about that comment on Monday.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problems solved real fast, including with Bibi.
In video posted on social media, Netanyahu also said while he appreciates U.S. support, Israel needs to break free of its dependence on American weapons. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
So how does all this impact you? To give you an idea, let's check with how the back and forth in the Strait of Hormuz is impacting gas prices. Right now, average gas prices are sitting at $3.92 across the country, but here in Florida, we're in a much better position. We're looking at $3.68. If you want to know where to go in Central Florida to find the cheapest, just head to Brevard County, where it sits at $3.52.
Now to an important reminder, while many of us are thinking about heading to the beach, theme parks, maybe even the mountains this summer, hospitals are hoping you work in some time to donate blood. One Blood says donations typically drop during the summer months, even as hospitals continue to rely on a steady supply. People are traveling, school is out, and blood donation may not be top of mind, but every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs a blood transfusion.
We always have this increased need in the summer for all blood types, but specifically for type O blood. O positive and O negative blood is in the highest demand. O negative is the universal donor. It can go to any patient regardless of their blood type. Only 7% of the population has O negative. So, we have to encourage the people who do have that blood type to step forward. O positive is the most popular blood type, so more people have that blood than any other blood type, so it's transfused more often.
Experts say 1 in 3 people will need blood at some point in their lives. Health officials say while about 60% of Americans are eligible to donate blood, only about 3% actually do.
3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon and go Starfall.
An early morning liftoff from the Space Coast carrying SpaceX's newest re-entry vehicle aboard a Falcon 9. The uncrewed capsule is called Starfall. It is supposed to be a game changer when it comes to bringing stuff to space that needs zero gravity to work and delivering it back to Earth safely and quickly. Well, it was drained to make way for new paint and a new look.
Now, that new look in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool might be causing some new issues. Coming up, the issues that pool is facing, and it's getting ready to get drained again, who the president says may be to blame.
Pretty much deja vu tonight. We're dry on the western half of Central Florida, and here come the first thunderstorms of the evening out of Polk County. There's the East Coast sea breeze. We'll likely see a few more light up southeast of I-4. We'll talk about what they mean for the rest of your evening with higher storm chances coming tomorrow at about 5:47.
And what does the future look like for data centers in Central Florida? One county is weighing in what they are considering when it comes to these massive buildings that's coming up.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Shark Coatings.
They went in there with a knife.
The president doubling down as he continues to claim that vandals are behind the problems at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
So the pool is set to be drained for a second time for repairs, this after a multi-million-dollar renovation. News 6's CBS's Ed O'Keefe has more.
As chips of American flag blue lining float amid algae in the reflecting pool, President Trump is blaming vandals, but still not offering evidence, promising a decade in prison for anyone found guilty.
They went in there with a knife.
The president previously claimed the pool was impenetrable with a blade.
If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful.
But Monday, he said that's exactly what happened, claiming someone cut a long gash in the pool's lining and pulled at its edges.
Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that they used a knife? Do you have photos or video?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof?
But the reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department.
So we asked, but neither the White House, Interior Department, nor National Park Service have provided any more proof. In recent days, at least 5 people have been arrested for vandalizing the pool. Another 5 were issued citations. Atlantic Industrial Coatings was awarded a $14.7 million no-bid contract for the original lining. It says the problems represent a very small part of the massive 7-acre project and that it plans to return to make needed repairs as part of the warranty. It's unclear how long the new repairs may take. The president had hoped to have the reflecting pool ready for the 4th of July celebrations coming up in just a few days. The president also said that photos of the alleged 350-foot gash would be shown soon in court. But he didn't say in which court and when. Ed O'Keefe, CBS News, Washington.
Well, the NBA world is buzzing tonight because the draft begins. A deal between the Miami Heat and Milwaukee Bucks would send a former MVP to the Sunshine State. That deal is in place that would send Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami for the Heat's Tyler Hero, a star in his own right. The deal also includes 3 first-round picks, but can't officially take place until the NBA's league year begins. That's on July 6th. And Antetokounmpo was drafted to Milwaukee in 2013 and led them to a championship in 2021. Certainly one of the biggest stars in the NBA, now headed to Florida.
That would be exciting.
It would.
Yeah.
It would be exciting if he were going to be wearing Magic.
Yeah,
that would be even more exciting.
Would have been real nice.
Some people are excited right now because we've got some rain headed to Florida. Meteorologist Jonathan Cake is tracking that for us.
Very few, to say the least. This is hanging out over Polk County. It's getting ready to push into Osceola County, though. Same kind of deal as last night. We had storms kind of fire up between Davenport and Avon Park. Those are going to continue to push to the west. There's the East Coast sea breeze, and the two are going to meet up and are likely going to see more thunderstorms. We'll be watching you guys. Harmony, Deer Park, back to Satellite Beach, Palm Bay, Mico, and to Melbourne as well. That thin green line, again, that's the East Coast sea breeze, trying to get some extra downpours just to the north of Yeehaw Junction, right around Kenansville as well as that cell pushes through. So again, early heads up. There's kind of a nasty thunderstorm just off towards our west. Now, everybody else is dry. I'm also going to be tracking this likely through the evening. This line of thunderstorms working its way from about Jacksonville, past Lake City, getting into parts of Alachua County now. This is pretty much taking a trip down I-95. Over the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to be watching it try to sneak into Flagler County, maybe as far south as Port Orange or New Smyrna Beach, before all of that pushes back out over the Atlantic. So I think most of us, again, are on the drier side. This is 6 to 7 o'clock, and here's that line of thunderstorms, again, pushing through. By 8 o'clock, still watching a couple of scattered downpours and thunderstorms south and east of I-4, where we're starting to see that development again. And then there's that line of thunderstorms through Marineland, Palm Coast, into Flagler Beach, Bunnell, eventually maybe getting down to Daytona Beach. Again, I don't think it gets that much further south. Then we turn our attention to tomorrow, where we get an earlier start time for these showers. That's 11 o'clock to lunchtime. Don't be caught off guard tomorrow when we do get the earlier start time. It's still not everywhere, but it is a little more widespread. Rain chances tomorrow at 40%, but you see there scattered thunderstorms through about the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock hour, still hanging around through 3 to 4. It's kind of an opposite feel from what we typically see. The storms coming on the early side of the day, and then I think we're drier through the evening. That 6 o'clock tomorrow, just a straight downpour left over in the mix. Gorgeous out there from the camera view. It's steamy, though. Live look, Port Canaveral, Brevard County with our Launch Credit Union camera. Air temperatures back into the mid-90s right now. We're at 77, though, to start the day again in Titusville. Bushnell, we're at 78 tomorrow morning. Denellen, we're going to start off at a muggy 77. Now here's a look at your afternoon.
Your forecast is sponsored by Advent Health.
Cranking up the heat again, mid-90s, a few degrees cooler. We're in the upper 90s today. The extra clouds and thunderstorms around will help to keep things into the lower 90s. Average in the low 90s, so a couple of notches above where we should be with those rain chances hanging around 40%. Tropical front, we are still looking good. Really hardly a cloud can be found through the entire Atlantic Basin, at least in the tropical Atlantic Basin. 40% shot for thunderstorms tomorrow and Thursday. That'll go down a little bit for Friday. Air temperatures continue to hang out into the mid-90s. We're at 96 on Saturday, 97 on Sunday, with rain chances holding at 30%.
Jonathan, thank you. Well, it may be the future of technology, but not everybody's on board with AI. Specifically, they don't like those data centers.
One Central Florida county is taking steps to stop them before they move in. Coming up, what's being discussed in Lake County and why leaders are not sure these centers fit into the area.
Coming up on Wednesday, the need for speed. What we're learning about Central Florida's driving habits, the good, the bad, and the distracted.
Plus, excessive heat remains, but rain is coming into the forecast. Our team is breaking down some late week storms.
Join us for News 6 Morning, starting at 5.
There has been a boom in data centers with buildings popping up across the U.S., and Florida is no exception.
But those centers come with concerns. Now, one Lake County commissioner is looking to put a pause on the centers before one can even be built. News 6's Amy Russo looks into the discussions Lake County is having.
Lake County is no place for a data center. That's what Commissioner Anthony Sabatini has to say. And he's not the only county leader in Florida who believes these centers have no place in their backyard. As the world becomes more technologically advanced, with skyrocketing use of artificial intelligence, data centers are becoming a frequent sight. They're used to store massive amounts of digital information. Here's a map showing all of the data centers in Central Florida. Right now, there is not one in Lake County, and Commissioner Anthony Sabatini wants to keep it that way.
These are huge centers that don't fit the character and the feel of Lake County.
The commissioner is proposing a one-year moratorium preventing any data center from calling Lake County home. Multiple counties in the state have either passed or are considering a moratorium on data centers. That's places like Nassau, Pasco, and Jackson counties.
These applications are coming in all throughout the state of Florida. There's been 12 applications just in the last year. And way more coming in the future because of the use of AI.
The reason for not wanting the centers in his backyard, Sabatini says concerns over public utility overreach, including soaring utility bills and large amounts of water consumption.
I don't believe that Lake County is an appropriate place for any data centers, but I do know that a moratorium is legal, and it's a good way to stop and put the pause on things before anything significant happens.
In Eatonville, a brand new data center has popped up over there. The town council there did propose a call to action for more transparency between the developer and residents last week. However, it did not pass. In the studio, Amy Russo, News 6.
Ginger Gadsden is in the newsroom with what we're working on for News 6 at 6.
A man is arrested after housing several foster children. He's accused of sexually abusing children as young as 5 years old for decades. Coming up at 6, we're asking the tough question: how did this suspected predator get away with these horrific crimes for so long? And we're keeping a close eye on a large police presence in Palm Bay right now. So far, we know nearby residents have been asked to stay inside their homes and not come outside. The latest update coming up at 6 o'clock. And a live look now at downtown Orlando. This is from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Where would I be?
A foster parent finally arrested after investigators say he sexually abused children left in his care. Now at 6, the big question we're asking as we dig deeper into how the suspected predator got away with this for decades.
Gunfire at a weekend block party where the Seminole County Sheriff's Office says one of their deputies shot and killed an armed man. We're pushing for answers here in Midway.
You're watching News 6 at 6. Start News 6 at 6 with your weather forecast, and something is a brewing out there.
That's right. Severe thunderstorm warning in Osceola County right now. This just popped up, Jonathan.
Yeah, we were tracking this thunderstorm. We talked about it was looking kind of rowdy just to the west of Yeehaw Junction. On the western side of town here, we are included in that severe thunderstorm warning. This is right on the Osceola County line. Again, early heads up in Fellsmere as well. Micco, as if this holds together again, and likely will weaken some by that point. But there is the cell right there. Again, watching for the opportunity for some hail the size of quarters and also wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. So again, a nasty thunderstorm beginning to take shape here as it works from west to east. Again, just along the Osceola County line. Yeehaw Junction, we have a couple of downpours developing out ahead of this thunderstorm, but nonetheless, most of this stuff is working from west to east. Again, tons of lightning with this one. Again, lightning tracker showing a lot of the lightning around. Again, this is continuing to slide from west to east, again, just on the Osceola County line. I'll show you though, zoom back out, not a lot going on elsewhere. There's just going to be a few more thunderstorms that pop up tonight. Where they do, they could be on the rowdy side. I have my eye on this. We'll be watching this, and we'll be talking again in about 15 minutes, guys.
Jonathan, thank you. Breaking right now, a shelter-in-place order for some people living in Palm Bay. It's all because of a hazmat situation happening right there. This is a live look at the scene. This is happening in the area of Wilhelmina Court Northeast, and that's off of Kingswood Drive Northeast west of US 1. Now, Palm Bay Fire tells us that there was some sort of release from a container at the FAR Research Facility, but they didn't elaborate any more on that. We, of course, are asking questions and keeping a close eye on this scene, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more on air and online at clickorlando.com.
All right, now to a case raising some serious questions about the very system meant to protect vulnerable kids. Police say this St. Cloud foster father sexually abused multiple children left in his care for years.
So now tonight we are demanding answers about how this apparently went undetected for so long. News 6's Troy Campbell joins us now in studio and spoke with the St. Cloud police chief, who says this is the worst case of abuse that he has ever seen.
Yeah, it's an absolutely horrible case. Now, when I went out to that neighborhood yesterday, several people told me that the 66-year-old suspect has been fostering children for several years. They also said at the time of his arrest, there were 6 children living inside the home. Following the arrest of 66-year-old Paul Rennert for 7 felony counts of child sex abuse in St. Cloud, we're asking the Florida Department of Children and Families about how the abuse could happen under the oversight of the Florida foster care system. We've asked DCF for copies of licensing renewals, home inspections, child placement reviews, and annual background screenings regarding Rennert. According to DCF's website, in order to become a foster parent, someone must undergo a child abuse and fingerprint-based criminal background check. They must also undergo home inspections and participate in a home study that will be reviewed by a DCF agent. Also, according to a bill analysis and fiscal impact statement of a child welfare law passed last year in the Florida legislature, aimed to increase protection for foster children, it also says there is a concerning amount of turnover within DCF. It states, quote, the high-stress nature of child protective investigations often contributes to high turnover rates of child welfare professionals. The report also says DCF has increased starting pay for child case workers in order to get more applicants. At this point, it's still unknown how long Rennert had been a foster parent, but St. Cloud police do emphasize there could be many more victims.
I can honestly tell you this is really one of the worst cases of this type of child abuse that I've seen.
Now, we are still waiting to get answers from DCF. As of now, the agency tells us they're working on gathering the information we requested. So
Yeah, and Troy, one of our producers in the newsroom last night, was reading through this police report and said, you might not want to read this. It is really horrific. All right, do we know how long he's fostered kids and if there are any allegations prior to these?
Right, so that's what we're waiting to find out is how long has he been a foster parent, but a source tells me that he's fostered more than a dozen kids over the years. So it's really important that we get a hold of those annual reports and also to see how did the children inside the home describe life inside the home to those DCF investigators when they would do their regular checkups? So, of course, we'll keep you updated as soon as we get that information.
Just one of those brutal stories.
And, of course, urging any other victims out there to contact St. Cloud Police Department. So,
okay.
Troy, thank you.
Thank you. All right, just into our newsroom tonight, the former FHP captain arrested for fraud and grand theft last week has pleaded not guilty to the charges. That's Lanita King, covered by a sweatshirt as she was walked out of the Osceola County Jail early Thursday morning. Now, we just got a hold of court documents that show King's attorney entered a not guilty plea and waived King's arraignment. Investigators say King and another trooper billed a community for off-duty work they never did. They were paid thousands of dollars, even though they didn't show up. Both troopers are no longer employed with the Florida Highway Patrol.
Some new video just into our newsroom shows the moment as Seminole County Sheriff's deputy shot and killed a man with a gun at a block party over the weekend. This happened early Saturday morning in the Midway area of town. The sheriff says his deputies got caught in the chaos as shots were fired in the middle of a big crowd. Now, your Seminole County community correspondent, Catherine Silver, just heard from the sheriff and has new details in this case.
The sheriff says it was an unpermitted block party that brought hundreds of people to Sipes Avenue this weekend. When his deputies were trying to break up that crowd, he said one of them heard the sound of gunfire, turned and saw an armed man right next to him, and then took action. The sheriff called that deputy's actions textbook and said he likely saved lives. Body camera video captured the gunfire and the immediate response from a deputy who found himself right next to a man with a gun in the middle of a large crowd.
There was an unsanctioned block party at the Cool Breeze.
Sheriff Dennis Lima says they now know 27-year-old Marcus Barnett was one of hundreds of people who attended a kickoff to Father's Day weekend, an unsanctioned party that ended with Barnett shot and killed, a second shooter on the loose, and 2 other women shot and injured in the crowd.
Somebody is dead over here. She out in the ambulance.
Just minutes before the shots started, the sheriff says his deputies were trying to break up the party.
Stay out of the road.
This is body camera video from the deputy who shot and killed Barnett. The sheriff says he heard commotion from a verbal altercation and pulled out his taser first. Then he heard the first gunshot.
A second or less after that, he sees a muzzle flash from the first shooter that's on the west side of Sipes, who fires one round directly across the roadway from where he's standing, and then actually hits one female.
The sheriff says the deputy saw Barnett standing next to him and firing back. At that moment, the deputy turned and shot Barnett 6 times. Immediately after the shooting, the sheriff says his deputies started to help Barnett, including the deputy who shot him. And while knowing there was a second shooter somewhere in the crowd, he was still trying to protect the bystanders too.
Move, get behind me.
Sheriff, is there any question in your mind that your deputy did the right thing?
There is absolutely no question in my mind. What I said to him is, you acted as a hero during this situation.
The sheriff says they are still looking for that second shooter and trying to find out what started the argument that led to shots being fired in the first place. They're early on in their investigation, but they believe it could be gang-related. As for both of the women who were shot, the sheriff says only one of them is cooperating, and at this time it's unclear if Barnett shot either of them. In Seminole County, I'm Catherine Silver, News 6.
Now, the sheriff said Barnett did have a long list of criminal charges and convictions dating back to when he was a kid. They say he had been charged with murder in the past. He was convicted for shooting a gun into a structure. The sheriff said he's faced drug charges, charges for stealing cars and other felony offenses, but was not always convicted. The sheriff did note his past criminal history had no bearing on this particular situation. Weeks later, a 70-year-old woman is now recovering after being shot 3 times while being out for a walk in Orange County.
Yeah, now we're learning an arrest in this shooting has finally been made. Investigators say the U.S. Marshal Service tracked down 31-year-old Kevin Millares in New York. He was arrested on a charge of attempted first-degree murder. According to a newly released warrant, the victim was walking in her Azalea Park neighborhood when she passed a man she didn't recognize. Detectives say she turned to walk away, and that's when Millares shot her 3 times in the back. Investigators later linked Millares to the shooting using surveillance video and evidence recovered from a nearby home. Neighbors say they're just relieved.
He did it to her, why not do it to anyone else? So it's relief. It's absolute relief that he has been captured.
He remains jailed in New York, awaiting extradition to Central Florida. Investigators say the victim survived after undergoing surgery for her injuries.
Well, tomorrow marks 5 years since the devastating collapse of the Champlain Towers South condominium in Surfside. It killed 98 people and really shocked the nation. Now, after years of investigation, federal officials are releasing their most detailed findings yet, concluding the building's failure actually began weeks before the condos collapsed. The new report now causing backlash from the families of victims who are now calling for accountability. In 2021, this building that stood for nearly 40 years crumbles in a matter of seconds.
The frantic search for survivors of the building collapse in Surfside, Florida.
Now, federal investigators are revealing the likely cause of the Champlain Towers South collapse in Surfside, Florida. According to a new federal report, the structure failures began 3 weeks before the building fell, when 2 connections between garage columns and the pool deck gave way. Investigators say those initial failures caused cracks to spread and loads to redistribute in the pool deck. Investigators say that's what led to the catastrophic event on June 24th, killing 98 people.
It's extremely disappointing to see this report.
Martin Langesfeld lost his sister and brother-in-law in that collapse.
5 years later, we're supposed to be happy with this paper that says designs were bad and there was corrosion.
Langesfeld says the report offers few definitive answers. He's calling for the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office to open a criminal investigation.
What do you want people to know? A building collapsed in Miami, Florida, in the middle of the night. In 12 seconds, it killed 98 people. And no one has been held accountable.
Tomorrow marks 5 years since the Surfside tragedy.
How do you hope that they'll be remembered? Nikki was taken at 26 years old and her husband at 28 years old. She was an attorney and she fought for justice and to make things right. And we promise to do that on her behalf now.
All right, well, now to a triple murder outside an Airbnb in Osceola County. It's been months and a victim's family is responding. Tonight, they say the HOA knew about the troubling behavior next door and failed to act. Straight ahead, the lawsuit they're now filing.
One lone storm out there and it's a little rowdy. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for us in southern Osceola County, including in the western half of Yeehaw Junction until 6:15. I'm tracking this on the other side of the break.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health.
It was January of this year, and Douglas Kraft, his brother Robert Kraft, and their friend James Puchan are staying in this Osceola County rental home in town from Ohio for a car show. They're shot and killed right outside this home during their trip. I'm News 6's Mike Valenti, and 6 months have passed since that triple homicide, and this week, Douglas Kraft's family filed a lawsuit against the owner of this home and the Indian Point Homeowners Association, claiming that, among other things, they failed to protect the victims from the man living next door, the alleged shooter, Ahmaud Bojai.
He was who shaped us into who we are today. He was the heart of our family, the ultimate girl dad, our rock, our protector.
In the complaint arguing negligence on the part of the defendants, Douglas Kraft's family cites Ahmaud Bojai's violent history, including an arrest in 2021 for shooting at a person. Bojai was later found not guilty by reason of insanity.
There were numerous complaints of various neighbors that he was doing suspicious activities, that he was not right. And absolutely nothing was done by the Homeowners Association.
Since the lawsuit was filed, I've spoken a couple times over the phone with Linda Scalata. That's the HOA president who's mentioned in the lawsuit. She insisted to me she did not know that Ahmaud Bojai was out of jail after his 2021 arrest. She said while she feels very sorry for the Kraft family, she called the lawsuit, quote, a little frivolous, and she said that she and other members of the HOA had no knowledge that this person, the defendant, was back in the community. So is your argument that people did know, or they should have known, he was back in the community after his previous case was adjudicated?
The law requires either one, and I look forward to taking her deposition sworn under oath. And if she actually has the audacity to say that stuff, the conflicting testimony that will say that what she told you is actually not true.
There's several residents that complained directly about this individual to the homeowner's president, directly. So that she'll have to say they were lying.
Notably not named in the lawsuit, Airbnb, the service which the Kraft brothers and Puchan used to rent this home. But attorneys for the plaintiff said that the discovery process could change things, and eventually Airbnb could be named as a defendant in this lawsuit. Reporting in Osceola County, Mike Valenti, News 6.
All right, time now for a check of the forecast with meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. And Jonathan, at the top of the hour, you had a warning in Osceola County.
Yeah, lesson for about 15 minutes, allowed to expire on the time that it was given towards, at least the length, the duration of the warning. You see that other box popping up, though. It's what the Weather Service calls a special weather statement. It means that it has fallen just below severe levels here. And we're watching this kind of skirt the Osceola County line right here. For perspective, we're watching extreme southern Brevard County and extreme southern Osceola County. If you do have to take a trip down the Florida Turnpike tonight, it is going to get a little rocking, though, if you're heading back through the Kenansville rest stop area and then back towards Yeehaw Junction. Again, really heavy rain, gusty winds still. What happened is the storm bulked up really quick and then collapsed very quick. So there's some gusty winds over the Prairie Preserve, and then we were watching it kind of work its way back to the east a little bit. So it is, relatively speaking, weaker than when we talked even 5 minutes ago, but still packing a punch. I see all the lightning strikes with the counter over my shoulder, about 38 to 40 strikes within the last 15 minutes within this cell. Again, the rain is very heavy, and the winds are pretty gusty at about 30 to 45 miles an hour working through Yeehaw Junction. This is eventually going to pass through Indian River County, maybe skirting Mico. So I'll be watching that closely for you guys here. Kind of hidden, you see that broken green line, that is the East Coast sea breeze. So just like what would happen last night and what happens almost every night in Central Florida, that kind of gives a little oomph to the air and helps it to rise and get extra thunderstorms rocking. So with the outflow boundary, some of that rain cooled air from that thunderstorm near Yeehaw Junction and the East Coast sea breeze, expecting to see a few more thunderstorms pop up again in eastern Osceola County, then maybe western Brevard as well. Now the other spot that I'm watching is for us in Flagler County, maybe in extreme northern Volusia County. We have some stronger thunderstorms closer to St. Augustine. Give it another hour or so, and we're going to have this dip down I-95 towards Palm Coast into Flagler Beach. This is going to try to skirt off the Volusia coastline, so I'm not expecting it to make it as far south as Edgewater, Port Orange, New Smyrna Beach. I'm watching that closely for you guys as well. It shouldn't last too terribly long, but again, a few stronger thunderstorms in that line coming at us from north to south. So there's 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. I think Future Radar doing a nice job here, and you see that dipping down into that 7 to 8 o'clock ballparks in the next hour and a half. There are the few extra downpours or thunderstorms that try to get going to the south and east of I-4 and then right along the Space Coast. Everything kind of tempers down and works its way back off to the coast out to sea by the time we get in towards that 11 o'clock hour. Early tomorrow morning, though, we shift things around and we get the thunderstorm chances highest for the first part of the day. That's 2 o'clock. So don't be caught off guard again when the storm chances fire up a little earlier than what we would typically see. Then we quiet things down for the most part into your evening. Now here's a look at your forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Strata Services.
Temperatures tomorrow back to the mid-90s. Storm chances at 40%. Same deal on Thursday. 30% shot for storms on Friday. And right on into your weekend.
Jonathan, thank you. Straight ahead, why experts worry that this hurricane season you might not be ready. Florida got rid of its popular hurricane tax holiday this year, but that doesn't mean the savings are gone.
In this week's Dollars and Cents, Donovan Myrie explains what's replacing it and why some worry the state may have lost an important reminder to prepare before the next storm.
Did Florida accidentally eliminate one of its biggest hurricane preparedness reminders in an effort to make things more convenient? For years, Floridians looking to stock up on hurricane supplies could wait for the state's disaster preparedness sales tax holiday to save a few dollars on things like batteries, generators, and other emergency items. But in 2025, lawmakers scrapped the holiday and replaced it with something new: permanent sales tax exemptions on many preparedness supplies. For consumers, there's an obvious benefit. You no longer have to wait for a special 1 or 2 week window to save money. Many items are now tax-free year-round. But there's also a trade-off. Florida created the hurricane tax holiday in 2005 after the devastating 2004 hurricane season. Over time, it became more than just a tax break. The holiday generated news coverage, store promotions, and reminders from emergency managers that hurricane season was here. In fact, the state expanded the program to 2 separate tax-free periods in 2022, one at the start of hurricane season and another during the peak of the season. Now, those events are gone. The savings remain, but the annual reminders do not. So the question isn't whether Floridians can still save money on hurricane supplies. They can. The question is whether the state lost one of its most visible annual reminders to prepare before the next storm threatens Florida. For more information about Florida's pivot to tax-free items for hurricane preparation and a rundown of what is and isn't on the list, head on over to clickorlando.com/dollars and cents. For Dollars and Cents, I'm Donovan Myrie.
We've had some rocking storms out there.
Yeah,
today.
there's not a lot going on out there, but where we have it, we have some stronger thunderstorms. So I've been watching you guys around Yehai Junction and around the Prairie Preserve and the southern extent of Osceola County. This is moving over Yehai Junction right now. The good news is that warning has been allowed to expire, but still packing a punch tonight. Then watching the secondary line pushing from north to south, so I'm keeping a close eye on this for you guys in Flagler County, maybe as far south as Daytona Beach through the next couple of hours as that pushes from north to south again and mainly off the Atlantic coast. Most of us will be dry again, especially the further west you are, closer to I-75. Nonetheless, we could use the rain. I think storm chances do go up tomorrow. We'll be streaming tonight, again, watching these storms come in. So clickorlando.com, also the News 6, the News 6 Plus, and on the News 6 YouTube page.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. More news at 9 on clickorlando.com.
See you then. Bye. I'm News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden. Here's a look at today's top stories. More questions after a shooting in Sanford over the weekend. Police say a woman called after hearing 30 to 40 shots. As police were looking into the situation, they say they got a call that someone down the street had been shot. Police found the victim and searched for weapons, according to the report, but didn't find anything. Officers say that victim went to the hospital, but they say he wouldn't give them any information about a suspect. FWC rolled out a new policy to protect sloths. It requires anyone who wants to bring sloths to Florida file a special permit before bringing the animals into the state. Applicants have to specify the species and number of animals being brought in as well before sloths could be imported under the same permit as parrots, small mammals, reptiles, and amphibians.
3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon and go Starfall.
A new step in sustainable missions from our Space Coast. A Falcon 9 rocket lifted up from Cape Canaveral, carrying SpaceX's Starfall capsule on board Tuesday morning. The capsule will hold in space manufacturing for things like compounds or drugs that researchers learned can only be developed in zero gravity and then bring them back to Earth once they're done. A look at your forecast coming up in the next 15 minutes. I'm News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden. Here's a look at today's top stories. More questions after a shooting in Sanford over the weekend. Police say a woman called after hearing 30 to 40 shots. As police were looking into the situation, they say they got a call that someone down the street had been shot. Police found the victim and searched for weapons according to the report, but didn't find anything. Officers say that victim went to the hospital, but they say he did not give them any information about a suspect. FWC rolled out a new policy to protect sloths. It now requires anyone who wants to bring sloths to Florida file a special permit before bringing the animals into the state. Applicants have to specify the species and number of animals being brought in. Before, sloths could be imported under the same permits as parrots, small mammals, reptiles, and amphibians.
3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon and go Starfall.
A new step in sustainable missions from our Space Coast. A Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral carrying SpaceX's Starfall capsule on board this morning. The capsule will hold in space manufacturing for things like compounds or drugs that researchers learn can only be developed in zero gravity and then bring them back to Earth once they're done. That's going to do it for us right now. Look at your forecast in the next 15 minutes.
Storm chances, sorry. Storm chances ramp up a little bit for tomorrow, and they start at a weird time. I'll have your forecast coming up tonight at 11. Early start time for storm chances tomorrow. I have your timeline tonight. All right, here we go. 3, 2. Storm chances get off to an early start tomorrow. This is 1 o'clock and already have a couple of scattered thunderstorms hanging around. I think your morning commute is dry. You'll notice extra clouds increase through the course of the morning and even a couple of thunderstorms popping before lunch. Highest chance, though, shortly after lunch and into the early part of the afternoon. Then we're going to be on the quieter side in the evening on your Wednesday, kind of reverse of what we are used to during the summer months in Central Florida. Once we get into Thursday morning, I think we're dry as well. A couple of stray downpours trying to develop through the course of the day. Rain chances both Thursday and Wednesday at 40%. Mid to upper 70s to start your Wednesday. Again, muggy start. We'll shave off a couple degrees from where we were on Tuesday. It's not saying much. It's still going to be really hot and humid. Low to mid 90s. Rain chances up to 40%. We'll keep that 40% shot rolling right on through Friday, and then we'll see rain chances, relatively speaking anyway, back off a little bit. Not completely bone dry through the weekend, but rain chances fall to 30%. The temperature staying very hot, back to the mid to upper 90s.
Horizon West is one of the fastest growing communities in Orange County, and now some people are asking if it should become its own city.
The idea is sparking a debate online with some who live in the community. Your West Orange County community correspondent Tylisa Hampton is taking a closer look at how it could happen.
I posed this question to a lot of community members in Horizon West. It certainly left a lot of people split on if they were for or against the idea. And I also spoke with community leaders about what that process would look like and if it was possible that Horizon West could even become its own city.
Could it be a new path forged in Horizon West?
Do you feel like Horizon West should become a city? Why or why not?
It's a yes. It's a big yes. It's growing.
I think it's busy enough here. I don't want to pay any more in taxes.
Right now, Horizon West remains unincorporated, meaning your mailing address is either Winter Garden or Windermere, since it does not have its own city government. But it has seen thousands of new residents, homes, and businesses move in.
Horizon West area is one of the most rapidly growing areas in Orange County.
And with that growth comes a big question for some. Could it one day become its own city?
It is possible. Home rule is established in the Florida Constitution.
Commissioner Nicole Wilson says turning the community into a municipality would not be easy. There are certain requirements the state looks for before a new city can be created.
And those include things like contiguous borders, a certain level of population, and of course, the money that it takes to actually do a feasibility study.
For some, they like having the best of both worlds.
I mean, I'd be against it, for the very fact that, we love living in Winter Garden. We love what this community provides. Taxes are still pretty low. We get really good community resources.
Others say having their own city could mean having a stronger voice.
There's a lot of issues in this place. We don't have stores. We don't have some of the necessities you'd have in a neighborhood. And again, no representation locally to help us.
The idea is sparking much debate online. For now, Horizon West remains as is. But as the community continues to grow, the conversation about its future is just the beginning. Reporting for News 6, I'm Tylisa Hampton.
If you have questions you want answered, reach out to our News 6 Neighborhood Network. Just hop online, head to help.clickorlando.com. It's right there on your screen. Well, summertime is often a perfect storm at trauma centers. Increased patient loads and a decrease in blood donations needed to keep surgeries on schedule and try to save lives in an emergency.
Yeah, and that's why blood donation has to be proactive. It's the blood on the shelves now that saved lives. That's a stat that has haunted me ever since I learned it while I was covering what happened at Pulse nightclub. Only 60% of the population is eligible to donate blood, yet only 3% actually do it. And while many of us are planning our summer vacations, the need for blood is constant, and some blood types are in higher demand than others.
We always have this increased need in the summer for all blood types, but specifically for type O blood. O positive and O negative blood is in the highest demand. O negative is the universal donor. It can go to any patient regardless of their blood type. Only 7% of the population has O negative. So, we have to encourage the people who do have that blood type to step forward. O positive is the most popular blood type, so more people have that blood than any other blood type, so it's transfused more often. And so it's important that we keep those all blood types stocked, but always that increased need for type O blood.
Well, it is the job of police officers to protect and serve.
And sometimes, especially in our beautiful state, they have to wrangle some wildlife. Sanford police posted this photo of a snake officers pulled from a home. A woman called saying she found a snake in her bathroom. That's a big snake to find in your bathroom right there.
What was it doing, taking a bath?
I don't know. Well, it's usually in the toilet, though. Officers arrived at the home, removed the ball python from the bathroom. We're told no one was hurt. The python was safely secured.
As news stories are still shaping up each afternoon, Matt and I are bringing them to you live right from our newsroom.
Join us for News 6 at 3 o'clock. Ginger and I hope to see you tomorrow.